talking about the Zimbabwe digital economy. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I am the only green MC in the world. The only one. I don't make you clap your hands. I don't make you shout or ululate. I'm so energy efficient. I am so energy efficient. I make you just say one word, and that one word is wow. So if you hear something profound, if you think the person next to you is fantastic, just look at them and say wow. Yeah. If they're dressed smartly, just say wow. Makachena. All right. If you think the MC says something great, you can also say wow as well. All right. But I'm just bringing you in to make sure that we are ready. So if you are ready, ladies and gentlemen, please give me a wow. I got a wow from everyone, including the top table, which is fantastic. All right. So as we bring this high-level platform to a start, please allow me just to peruse through some introductions. This will be later articulated in the official opening ceremony, but it would be remiss of me not to acknowledge the platform that we have been granted by our host ministry. So ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to acknowledge the Minister of State for Provincial Affairs and Devolution, Honorable Judith Ncube. In this delegation, like I said, is in absentia because we are not yet at the official opening ceremony. I'd also like to acknowledge our host ministry and the minister there too, Honorable T.A. Mabetera, Her Excellency Paula Ngabire, the Minister of Information, Communication, Technology and Innovation, the Republic of Rwanda, leadership of the ruling ZANU-PF party, all ministers present, Deputy Minister of Information, Communication and Technology, Postal and Courier Services of Zimbabwe, Honorable Dingimuzi Puti, all deputy ministers here present, the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Information, Communication, Technology, Postal Courier Services, Zimbabwe, and all permanent secretaries here present, the government officials here present, we acknowledge you. To our sector CEOs, business leaders here present, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, please give yourselves a round of applause or a big wow for what we are about to get into. Thank you. Oh no, do it like you like yourselves, either giving yourself a wow or a round of applause, like you really mean it. Fantastic, fantastic. So our first session, ladies and gentlemen, if you've got your program, you'll see it on page 3. It is Industry Leaders Dialogue, Sector Challenges and Opportunities. We have an incredible panel that will be taking us through this discussion. And for that, I would like to invite our moderator to take the stage and to introduce our panel. My time, ladies and gentlemen, is 9:22. We are behind time. And therefore, we'll try and compress the hour into about 40 minutes. So each session, please know that I am condensing your time to about 45 minutes, but I will be whispering in your ear and I will be guiding you from my seat in my high office just under the air conditioner. Wow, it's fantastic. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together or give a big wow for Mr. Tinashe Murapata, the CEO of Leon Africa, as he comes through to take us on the session. So please do come through. Just on a point, ladies and gentlemen, it's Mr. Goodwill Chiwaya that will be moderating the session. Mr. Goodwill Chiwaya will be moderating the session. So you may come through. Right, and just a warning, ladies and gentlemen, my colleagues from my workplace are now here. ZBC. Now it's getting serious. So if you see any camera looking at you, just look very, very informed and very intelligent. Yes, because tonight we shall be watching you. Yes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols observed. My name is Chiwai Godwill, President, Isaka Harare chapter. And without taking too much time, we'll get into the first panel discussion. I would like to invite my panelists for the day, starting with Dr. Panashe. While he's coming through, you're free to say wow. And Dr. Panashe is a chief analyst with Deep Analytics. He also has a wealth of profile from his previous endeavors. Thank you, Dr. Panashe. Next to come through is Dr. Mutswira, head of marketing with PowerTel. Thank you, Doc. Please come through. Wow. Thank you. Mr. Tendai Chirokota, standing in for Mr. Mataranyika from Nyaradzo. Please come through. We also have Mr. Fred Ndlovu from the president of the Computer Society of Zimbabwe. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Last but not least, we have Mr. Joseph Machiwa from Net1 Financial Services. Please come take your seats, Mr. Machiwa. Thank you. Right. Okay, thank you. I was about to ask for... Allow me to also join the esteemed panelists as the esteemed moderator, Mr. Director of Ceremonies. Right. I think we are set now. We just wanted to ensure that everyone has a mic. I think we'll do a bit of sharing in between. It's fine. Okay, so I'll start with Mr. Machiwa. Zimbabwe's private sector has demonstrated resilience in navigating microeconomic headwinds. What is your assessment of the current digital readiness of Zimbabwe businesses? And what is the single most important enabler government could provide to accelerate digital adoption?
Morning, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity. I think this is an amazing setup, and I look forward to an exciting day today. To answer your question, I think as a country, we've gone a long way. Obviously, coming from the telecommunication sector, I believe we've grown quite a bit. It's safe to say that in terms of the backbone infrastructure, the access infrastructure, also things like data centers that have gone up in the country, we've put ourselves in a good place to be ready. There's still a lot of work to be done, and without pushing my brand a little too much, I think there's a lot going on even within Net1 to actually improve our digital preparedness. Now, the single thing that I think would help from government, which I think has already started, is from a policy and regulation point of view. I think as business entities, we rely on stability, also predictability in terms of policy and regulation, so that we can plan ahead. And I would urge that from a government perspective, that continues, because that will also help us prepare ourselves better. Thank you.
Interesting. Mr. Ndlovu, any additions on that, on what Mr. Mutswira said?
Yeah, definitely you find that we stand to benefit from utilization of these platforms. And what you find is that when you actually then utilize these tools in the private sector, you are then bound to actually benefit because digital platforms are meant to make life easier for business. And I know that the current policies that have been put in place by government Like recently, we have the AI strategy that was launched. It then actually provides a platform to utilize that as we adopt AI to make sure that we actually then can implement AI solutions. And the initiatives that are actually stipulated in the strategy would actually enable that we have the necessary infrastructure that we will need, and also making use of the different, technologies that actually are already in place. I've seen a number of organizations in the private sector that have already started implementing artificial intelligence, picking from that strategy. But in the organizations, there's also need to make sure that we have the right structures. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think a wow for the government, for the ministry, for all the positives that are being said. Can we get a wow? Thank you. Coming to you, Dr. Panashe.
Yes.
The informal economy constitutes a significant share of Zimbabwe's GDP. How can digital financial tools, such as those embedded in platforms like Sasai, bring informal traders into the formal digital economy without necessarily disrupting operational realities?
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. So I think the first thing that we need to examine when we talk about the informal sector, what do we actually mean, right? And to what extent is the informal sector and the contribution of the informal sector to GDP? So if you look at our generally our informal sector in Zimbabwe, it employs 88.6% of the men. Right? It employs 88.6% of the men, and it employs 92.8% of the women. Right? So it's a significant contributor to GDP. And since it's a significant contributor to GDP, so it's an underground economy with no official algorithm and structures to be able to tap into that particular economy, right? So using tools like Sasai means we're bringing structure and formalization to the informal sector so that we can actually add value to the informal sector, since we now are collecting structured data to be able to put into any algorithms, which then allow us to then add value to the informal sector. Because it is the backbone of the Zimbabwean economy, right? Because only formal companies in Zimbabwe, only 3% of the formal companies actually employ people. 3% is the formal sector. So the informal sector is not an aberration. It is the largest startup economy of Zimbabwe. As compared to the United States, where they have an ecosystem of startups, our startup economy is the informal sector. So we cannot ignore the informal sector, because that is the actual economy.
Wow, thank you so much, Doc. I like the fact that the statistics that you share bring it to life and really make it practical. Now, coming to Mr. Chirokota, from the perspective of the insurance, real estate, and retail sectors, where is AI already creating measurable value? Where is AI already creating measurable value in the industries, and what risks of particularly ethical concerns should Zimbabwe's policymakers proactively address, particularly on the ethics of it?
Good morning and thank you. So in the insurance industry, retail industry that you've mentioned, you'd see that we've started to see AI tools, digital tools, being very helpful in our customer engagement. So gone are the days where you've got a customer who has to come to our branches. They basically want to access their information from the comfort of their homes, their offices, on the go. So you see that policy information, payment information, all that space is being taken by technology. And then you'd also see that the other area that we are seeing AI being very handy is our back office processing. So we are seeing a shift from human processing data to technology processing the data. So basically, you'd see that that then pushes us to reskill our staff, move away from processing and more to sales, more to analytics, so that you can actually grow the business. And then in terms of risks, what we've seen is a lot of impersonation. So you'd see hostile forces masquerading as a company, requesting payments to come through. And then you realize later from complaints that payments were made to another player who is probably not the insurance company or retail company. So from a cybersecurity perspective, that becomes a critical area. And then the other thing that we've seen is phishing. So there's a lot of request for data. And then the data then is sold on the dark net. And then customer data is then flowing all over the place. And then the last one is insurance fraud. So basically, you'd see that when you realize you've got somebody who is probably in hospital, very sick, you then come online, try to put them on an existing policy. And then 2-3 days, the person is gone and the claim comes. So you'd see that in those particular areas, it then becomes very critical to manage those risks. Otherwise, you then expose the businesses.
Thank you. So there are serious ethical risks that may come through. Dr. Mfwira, any specific ethical concern that you've seen from these AI and emerging technologies that you may want to share?
Thank you very much. I think there are quite a number of them that we have witnessed. One of the issues that I needed to put to context is the idea of data privacy. Thanks to the government that we have seen them enacting a legislation around Cyber and Data Protection Act, but the legislation alone is not enough because a legislation is a document. There is need to put up infrastructure to be able to attend to that. We have also seen issues of rampant misinformation, deepfakes, which is popular, especially in the context of Zimbabwe. We have also seen, I think, what is indicated issues of impersonation. These are some of the issues that we face. So let's go to the education sector. If you happen to be a lecturer, you can mark the same assignment throughout. These are ethical issues that we are facing. But how do we address such issues in the context of Zimbabwe? Number one is to create what we call context-appropriate data. To address, AI feeds on algorithms, and the algorithms feeds on data. One of the issues that we lack currently is data that is context appropriate. Here we are endowed with the local reach in the context of agriculture. If you want to then address issues of precision farming, how do you address, using AI when there's absence of local data? So these are some of the real gaps that we see. So when we talk of, say, let's come up with a strategy for agriculture, we want to achieve precision farming, we see something that belongs to Spain. We don't see Pumvudza, we don't see Tigawuchike, we don't see anything that is context appropriate. This again constitutes to serious ethical issues when it comes to use of AI. So emerging economies are real because we are driving towards the fourth industrial revolution. But we've got to move together with the basics, right? Starting from the foundation of the infrastructure that will address all those issues end to end, rather than becoming the consumer always. We also need to become the participator when it comes to AI revolution. Thank you.
Wow. We need to become participators. That's a key point. Thank you so much. Now, coming to all the panelists, I'll pose this question. As industry leaders, what concrete commitments in skills development, infrastructure investment, or technology adoption are you prepared to make today that would signal Zimbabwe's digital economy transition is genuinely underway? So I'll start with you, Mr. Mato.
Thank you for the question. And again, I'll speak on behalf of Net1 and what we're doing in that regard. As I mentioned in my earlier response, we've taken a very intentional and deliberate approach to modernize our network and make it future-proof and align ourselves with the best in the world. We are deploying both data center solutions as well as access network solutions that allow for seamless connectivity for all our clients. And I'd like to commend the regulator in the form of Portras and also the government through the ministry, of course, for creating an environment that allows us to really explore those opportunities and also supporting us where we've needed support in getting access to these technologies. So again, I can only speak on behalf of Net1 and say we are ready and we're working very hard to be, the best enabler for the digital economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ndlovu.
Thank you for that question. For us as Computer Society of Zimbabwe, as you know, we are a membership organization, and our mandate is to drive knowledge sharing. And one of the things that we do is actually we do conversations around technology, around AI, and we run various sessions where we get our members to actually attend and be involved in this conversation. But what we can commit to today is in terms of actually training private sector and public sector. And in terms of statistics, our target this year to train teachers on ICDL with enhanced AI. We commit to starting to train from the 1st of May. We actually should be able to start training teachers on artificial intelligence, and also to actually target by end of year 10,000 teachers, so that we actually get this as our gateway to our students to actually learn AI and use of AI ethically. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ndlovu. I think that really tackles the issue of skills development, right? Thank you so much. Mr. Cherokota.
Thank you for that question. So I think from a Nyaradzo perspective, we have been on a digital transformation journey since 2018. The experience that we've gathered over the last 6-7 years is that the skills coming through from our universities, there's a gap that we've identified. It will probably take 6 months before a graduate becomes productive. So as an organization, we are ready to support the universities. We are ready to even fund projects that we feel have got relevance to the industry and to the cause of digital transformation. The second aspect is technology adoption. Our experience is that for the ecosystem to work, it means that industry and government have to be digitized. So we realize that as a private player, we may be digitized, but our partners in government, if they are still manual, then it means that process is basically not going to be very successful within our desired timelines. So as a business, we are actually ready to give, to support excess capacity and help government to digitize and integrate so that digital adoption can be accelerated. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Doug.
Thank you very much. From our Tel perspective, we have been involved in a number of projects. Everything to do with artificial intelligence rides on infrastructure, which us as a licensed internet access provider, we have been seriously involved in rolling out infrastructure as a backbone. One of the innovations that we have been doing belonging to ZESA is that we've been making use of the electricity grid as an ICT national backbone, where we have been trying to address three things. Number one, sustainability deployment of infrastructure, so that we'll be able to carry a huge data bandwidth, because all these data centers that are being established in Zimbabwe by the likes of players such as Tel1, Dande Mutande, Liquid, etc., and ourselves, have been rights actually on data, huge bandwidth. So we have increased, I think, our infrastructure going to Botswana, where we are terminating at Terraco into international gateways. Through Botswana, we are also going undersea cables, going to WAX, EZ, and many other international gateways. And we have one of the exciting projects that we've been doing is the DWDM, which is the dense wavelength divisional multiplexer. What that means is that we are in a position as Power2 to bring huge bandwidth that exceeds 100 gigabits, which is quite key when it comes to support the current infrastructure of emerging technologies. We have also been deploying infrastructure as a backbone to address what we call geographical diversity. You want to say if you have data centers, you need to have 99.99 uptime. And that is supported by what we call redundancy. And that redundancy is supported by infrastructure that goes to upstream as well. And we've been doing that. We are now going through South Africa. We are going through other angles as well to be able to support Zimbabwe. So thanks to the government for NDS1 and NDS2, we've been religious to adoption or adherence to that environment that has enabled us to us, albeit the need to have more incentives to be able to continuously deploy infrastructure. And such policies will look around issues of city council. How can we have, waylifts that are so accommodating, so that we'll be able to continuously deploy infrastructure that will support this economy. So this is what we have done. We are excited because recently, very soon we'll be launching another one that goes to Plumtree, and also another one that goes to Gwanda. We are happy to also indicate that we've been conscious of the fact that mines needs support when it comes to infrastructure. So we have supported mines such as your Dinson and Iron and Steel, the blanket mines, all those mines that forms what ZESA calls maximum demand customers. What do we mean? And why is this necessary? It is because they contribute significantly when it comes to revenue for this country and the GDP. So we've been a significant factor and we remain a significant factor, conscious of the need to support the emerging technologies.
Thank you. It's really glorious to see organizations taking an active part. Dr. Panache.
Thank you. So personally, as some of you might know, I've been involved with the High Performance Computing Center. So the first supercomputer in Africa was actually in Zimbabwe. As far back as 2014, with the largest GPU cluster in Africa, and people were not even aware of it. As far back as 2014, Zimbabwe had an AI strategy. I was involved in that and training people on AI as far back as 2014. Then we started a program at CAT, University of Technology, the Big Data and Machine Learning program. I was involved in starting that program with Professor Makanyenza. And now we've got about 5,000 graduates that have come out of that program. Because for the AI age, the key differentiating factor is skill. That is the key differentiating factor is skills. And we need very highly skilled manpower for AI. And there's a big paradigm shift. The computer science that our students are learning, they're learning how to program for CPU, which is very different for the AI age, which is the GPU era. And it's a whole different ball game altogether when it comes to be able to create applications that can utilize a GPU infrastructure and huge amounts of memory and compute infrastructure. So those are the skills now that I'm committed to pass on since I've been involved in setting up the infrastructure, writing the algorithms. There's a PhD in AI engineering that I'm supervising at GZU, and those who are interested can join that program. So we'll teach you how to write the mathematics for AI, reinforcement learning algorithms, the deep learning algorithms on GPU infrastructure at a very high a PhD level. So that's what I'm involved with at the moment. The idea is to produce about 1,000 highly skilled PhDs by 2030.
Thank you so much, Doc. I'm proud to say I'm one of the products of the CAT program. Well, thank you very much. Now, as we move from dialogue to action, I would like to know maybe each of you coming back to you, Doc, and down the line. What is the one? What are your perspectives on Zimbabwe's digital future? Just in brief now.
I think the important thing for any digital future. So if we compare ourselves to, let's just look at Africa, specifically Africa. The leaders in Africa right now in current terms of the digital age. So you've got number one is actually Egypt, and number two is South Africa. If we look at, so two is not good enough to be able to do pattern recognition. So we have to expand the scope. So let's look at it globally. Number one is China. Number two is the US. Number three is other countries, right? So the biggest factor when it comes to this digital age is if we look at, for example, China. China has dedicated up to 2050 to invest 10% of its GDP to the digital economy, 10%. And if you look at America, it's almost similar. We've seen with the Stargate project that was launched, which is a $1 trillion project. So if you look at Egypt, they spend 2% of their GDP on investing in research and also in investing in the startup economies and in AI. South Africa spends 0.8% of their GDP on similar exercises. So Zimbabwe has to consciously invest a huge, significant amount of money based on our percentage of GDP to grow this digital economy. It cannot happen by accident. So there has to be an active, conscious decision to invest in this economy. And it comes from first the finance, right? Through an active policy to say we are committing X amount percentage of GDP for research, for AI, and all these different sectors. It has to come through active policy. That's what is required for Zimbabwe to be able to leapfrog all the other economies. It can't just happen on ad hoc allocations of this small project, that small project. It's not going to work. Then we need strategic leadership in terms of AI leadership, which we already have from Potras and the other institutions, to say, okay, we need now to implement. So we've got a strategy, and then comes policy. From policy, then comes implementation. So the implementation requires the thought leaders, the skills to be able to implement. So we need a diverse ecosystem that is pinned by the right finance, right? Without the finance, we can continue to talk about AI for the next 30 years.
Thank you. Intentional and deliberate investment. Thank you. Doctor.
Thank you very much. I would summarize your questions in three parts. Number one, the need for purposeful deployment of technology or digitalization. I will explain further. Then the other one is incentives for infrastructure layout. Yeah. And then the other one is context appropriate ethical application. So the first one is when we talk about purposeful, we're saying what do we want to achieve, what angers our economy. so that we don't have an abrupt just deployment or adoption of anything. For example, I'll give a classic example. Zimbabwe is anchored by three aspects. Number one, we've got the mining industry. We've got the agriculture. And I know in terms of the transitional stabilization program, it was saying in the robust digital economy. But one of the issues that I want to indicate is the issue of power, where we come from. Issues of, the supply of power, because power security, as electricity security supplies, is a key enabler to the robust, success of the economy. So we want to say, if we are to digitalize, how can the government be able to support digital programs that addresses the anger of the economy? So that as a start, so then you can move into steps. For example, how can government provide incentives for digitalization within the power sector? Things that we are around there as a government entity that is supporting ZESA, because we are one of them. Issues to do right now, we've got what we call the National Energy Compact that was launched, Mission 300. And that National Energy Compact indicates the aspect of increasing generation or having security of supplies by addressing a generation mix that addresses from thermal generation to renewable energies. But those renewable energies needs to be aggregated into the main grid, and technology or digitalization forms part of it, because there is a use of what we call artificial intelligence, real energy optimization solutions. There's also use of what we call distributed energy resource management solutions. And those needs a robust digital background. That is also anchored by support from the government, such that it doesn't become heavy for those that are deploying to deploy. And that requires either incentives in terms of whatever they are going to bring into the country or promotion of any innovation, tax incentives, amongst other plethora of benefits that we can talk about. Then that then addresses purposeful attention to digitalization, so that we don't look at digitalization as people having computers and having access to, while it is important, but it becomes depth because of the aspect of economic development. Then we look at infrastructure. I think I touched quite a lot. Most players that are in here, let me speak for the internet access providers, the Class A and the Class B, that are mandated to provide infrastructure. You've seen them digging. You've seen them doing all sorts of things to be able to provide internet. But rolling out fiber or this backbone infrastructure is quite expensive. So how do we come in as government to provide incentives for infrastructure development? I gave an example earlier on around basic things such as city council licensing. The amount that they pay at council is huge, just to be able to, yet we want to be in a position to develop that. Then also laws or regulations that also addresses issues to do with mandatory setup of any infrastructure already with relevant digital infrastructures. In South Africa, there's somewhere that I read where they indicate that for you to build a house, they have to approve your plan, already integrating issues of renewables and so forth. Why can't we do that? Because those are issues that can avoid this disturbance of infrastructure. How I feel, or how I would have loved already at all the buildings that are being constructed to be carrying the same model when it comes to infrastructure. I know it happened with Dante Mtande in Swishavane. It can happen everywhere. You get the point. So those are some of the issues that we need to look at as from a regulation perspective. So I think these are the issues that I would say I look forward into. I continue to hammer on infrastructure as a foundation, because as far as Zimbabwe is concerned, that is still a gap that we have. And the infrastructure also for the rural areas to be able to bridge the digital divide. The players, or through the support of the government, needs to come up with a sustainable model. How about having incentives of rural deployment in terms of maybe reduction in license, or whatever that the government can think? I know they are very bright they will be able to address that.
Yes.
So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Doc. Mr. Chirokota, your perspectives in brief. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think AI has been viewed as a bubble, but it's very clear that it's real now. And I think going forward, it's going to be a survival issue at all levels, national level, industry level, personal level. So I think if we've got a choice to be intentional about our strategies, or the environment is going to force us to comply. Otherwise, we'll then be shipped out. So the AI pillars, there are 5 pillars, which is basically your infrastructure, your data, your systems and processes, your regulation. So you'd see that I think we need to be intentional in all the areas. The 5th one is the skills. So basically, our regulation, we need to be intentional. We still require physical documents, but digital transformation requires electronic processes. So we need to modernize our regulation. We need to modernize our systems. We use legacy systems, disparate systems, our data, there's no data sharing. If we're not intentional, I think the situation is going to force us to then move. But I think we are still in a position where we can control the digital future of the country. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Survival is the key word that I saw. Mr. Ndlovu, in terms of skilling, you can give us your perspectives as the Computer Society of Zimbabwe.
Thank you so much for that question. I like what my colleagues were saying in terms of being intentional, in terms of adoption. But I wanted to also just say that as we look at the use cases, we need to be to make sure that the use cases that we are taking for AI are such that we can actually stand to benefit. I'm saying that because we often also get excited about AI and move into AI without actually going through and looking at the benefits of the implementation and what use case we should actually go for. And from a training or skills perspective, as you asked, we definitely have to make sure that we have everyone trained. This is from the board to everyone. And because AI implementations are not an ICT implementation, it's actually a whole of organizations implementations, and everyone within the organizations need to actually appreciate what AI is, and therefore there is need to actually create training programs. And that's what we do as Computer Society of Zimbabwe. We have training packages that start from the student all the way up to the C-suite and the board. But before I actually leave this mic, I wanted to also mention that there's an issue that we need to deal with as a community in terms of where we are having conversations around digital investments and what people and what is the caliber of people we have in these conversations. And we often get complaints from some members of our community who in some instances they report into HR, and I think these are structural issues that also needs to be dealt with in organizations to make sure that you have got the right levels. I know some organizations are already or have already addressed this in terms of improvements. I also am aware that government is also on a drive to look at this as well. But this is my plea to say, for conversations to be relevant, you need to actually have the right people at the right level to actually advise board and senior management. But otherwise, the future is bright. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ndlovu. Coming from a similar background with Isaka, obviously I can only buttress the points that you've made. There should be a more powerful drive within the public and private sector to push for certifications, for training, like Mr. Ndlovu has said. Now, coming to you, Mr. Macha.
Okay. Well, thank you. I think for me, I am personally very encouraged that we're having conversations of this nature. Even more so to have these conversations facilitated by our ministry. This indicates a very intentional approach by our government to make this a big ticket item that needs to get the attention it deserves. I'll go as far as saying for the industry, in terms of telecommunications, all the entities that are active within Zimbabwe are, in my opinion, doing a great job in terms of building the platforms that are needed, because telecommunications is the enabler that allows all these nice things to happen, and we need to prepare ourselves for that, and that work has already begun. I think if you look across the sector, whether it's Econet, Dande Mtande, Tel1, Net1, we're all active in this space and preparing ourselves for a future that I believe is bright. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. The future is bright. It would be a travesty if we do not permit and allow to hear questions, comments from you, the esteemed audience. So with your permission, Director of Ceremonies, maybe we could pick a few questions from the audience and probably have our panel responding. Thank you. Okay, I see some hands. Maybe I can come through. Oh, all right. Someone is bringing a mic. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I can see the hands now.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the insightful presentations. I just want to raise a few points. I think it came through an assignment which is repeated for the whole class. I am looking at AI, responsible adoption of AI. That is where the challenge is, where we are viewing AI as, we're supposed to change the mindset and view AI as a research tool more than as a replication tool. So what is happening is our students, they now need the relevant training where we are saying, let's train them to use AI as a research tool. We have done your research, we have your findings, but you want to present that report which has got no grammar issues, which is perfectly written and everything else, but the idea is yours. Are we having that dimension shift in our education systems to then say, we now have got a new tool? How do we use it responsible so that students' submissions are all what different, but reflecting their research aspect? And then the other issue also I wanted to raise is that of the view of ICTs as cost centers. Will not sail through the era of AI if an ICT department is viewed as a cost center, because that's where the investment is supposed to be coming from for efficiency and all that we need as organizations. So if you are an employer and your ICT department still has moved away from HR and admin, but it's under finance, the problem still persists, as Mr. Ndlovu mentioned about HR and admin. Now it cannot be under finance, because finance is all about what? Controlling and restricting expenditure. Yet we are in an era where we're saying, let's spend in ICT and see what it will give us in terms of efficiency and all. Then I'll go back again to education now. I'm saying we've got educators in the house who are in education in universities and all institutions of higher learning. Dr. Panesha mentioned what he has done, and I also agree with him that right now, when I learned my computer science, there was mathematics only at first year and second year. What then happened throughout the journey, I'll tell you, I had no mathematics at all. But the era of AI and us not being users of AI, but builders of models in AI requires a computer science graduate to have mathematics. Have we changed the curriculum at universities to say, let's have mathematics as part of the computer science learning from year one to final year? I picked that gap in my own setting in 2009. Then I shifted from my ICT qualification to say, now I'm going into mathematics. So I had to go my master's in mathematics, my PhD in mathematics. But my question is, I'm an isolated case. What's happening currently in the education system that is preparing our learners to be able to work and develop models in Zimbabwe? Data can be built. I'm sure there are systems in place that the government is putting in place to collect data. But do we really have the skills? We don't need mathematicians alone. We don't need computer science people alone. We need people who have got the right skills being developed at that level of grassroots. Those are my submissions. Thank you so much.
Wow, thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. You gave some worthy feedback and also some handy advocacy in terms of perspective. Thank you. You can, I think we can field a couple of questions, then the panelists may comment. Yeah. If you could also balance, there's a hand that has been on the other side, yeah.
Good morning. My name is Catherine Gijima and I work for Net1. My question is directed at Nyaradzo. You mentioned something about you identifying the fact that you have realized there's a gap from the students that you have picked up from university. Maybe you recruited them. And what I wanted to just know is, as an organization, what are you doing about it? And possibly what percentage of your revenue are you putting toward just ensuring that we have got better skills coming from our universities? And even from an investment perspective, are you also looking at possibly investing in computer labs or in any AI-related programs at universities? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Maybe two more questions for the first round, then we can hear comments.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Dr. Kagondo. Just a comment and perhaps a contribution. You mentioned earlier on in the conversation the challenges in terms of digitization and AI adoption. And I think one of the things that we have not spoken about or we shy away from is the fact that the key inhibitor could be ourselves in terms of our mental block ourselves. I listened to somebody make a contribution about precision farming, for example, and I'm happy the other chairman has just walked in. We don't need to wait for government to produce the data. President Boko spoke about it yesterday. We have to do the work. Tino et Ada did not wait for government to produce the data. He went on experiments and started precision farming. And today the results are out. Now he feeds the data into government. And of course, government can do the verifications and so on. So we as businesses have to take the initiative, as was spoken yesterday, and then build on it. And this conversation, I think, comes up on a number of platforms. You remember from the Computer Society of Zimbabwe as well. The people keep saying, there's no data, there's no data. Who is going to build the data? We have to build the data and then ride on the data ourselves. Have mechanisms for verification, which is where then perhaps government comes in. So the inhibitor is first ourselves and our approach. I also want to just comment on what the lady said at the beginning. The theme at this ZITF is, the buzzword actually was connectedness. The relationship between Ministry of ICT and Ministry of Education. We cannot run away from AI, we cannot run away from technology. So teaching technology should not start with the teachers. Let's start teaching technology at ECD. All of us, our children play with those gadgets, and they play with the gadgets much better than we do at less than ECD level, 2-year-olds, 3-year-olds. And we have to teach them responsible AI or responsible use of AI at that level, catch them young, and then we build. The Japanese have done it. It's a cultural issue. It's what we have to do. So again, everything comes back to us. What are we doing as individuals, as business people, as parents back at home? And how do we make sure that that builds then into a system, into a culture, and then government can take over in terms of regulating, in terms of then putting the necessary parameters, but we have to take the initiative. So if you ask what is the inhibitor in terms of our digitization, it starts with us. Thank you.
Wow, that's a call to action, particularly for the private sector. Thank you, Doc. One more question, then we can have a chance for comments.
Thank you very much. I'm going to resist from answering some of the questions, being from the education sector. My name is Dr. Apanyengwi. I'll ask a question. You know, I think the issue of connectedness, which is a key theme of this year, I am not seeing it in the sense that we tend to talk to ourselves. when there was a very fantastic intervention which was made by one of the panelists. Where are the city councils? I had a meter, a water meter, installed at my place. I'm not going to talk about the water which hasn't come in, but I had a water meter which was installed at my place. And I'm saying, here is a device which is a wireless device, but which did not give me an option of connectivity. Because when it was actually put, people forgot that there is actually connectivity which can actually come through there. So the whole thing is being rolled out. We are not connected. The other time, city of Harare, where I kind of stay most of the time, dug its roads. No one actually said, can we just lay fiber in there? So that issue of the connectedness is because I think we tend to speak to ourselves a lot. Maybe that's why we report to the HR people. I can understand why we should report to the HR people. We should justify our existence. The finance people and the HR people are not going to let us lead because we'll be leading them. So what we need to do is to really show the efficiencies which come from a connected organization. Non-ambiguously, everyone is in this for profit. So if we really show that a connected organization, a truly digitized organization, is an organization which is better than others, then yeah, the people who are actually investing will actually make sure that we are in our rightful place. So let's stop all this complaining and actually demonstrate that there is real value in IT. There is real value in AI. As I conclude, we used to talk about the flipped classroom, where we were saying the student has now become, to quite an extent, the master in the class. Now we are talking in terms of a flipped society. What is going to fail our AI is us not realizing that the people who are really AI compliant are not the decision makers ourselves, are not the people with white hair like some of us. It's really the young people who right at the moment, they are actually even defying the social structure by utilizing AI. So we need to find a way of harnessing that purposeful, that natural artificial intelligence which is in them, so that us who are in the positions of then formulating policy will actually formulate policy. Otherwise, the policies we are going to be formulating is to actually make sure that we subdue the young people who are actually AI compliant.
Oh, thank you so much, Doc. In resisting to answer, in your illustration, you've also answered some of the perspectives. Thank you for the insights. Now, coming to the panelists, maybe I'll start with you, Mr. Chirokota, since you've got a specific question posed. Then we'll also hear the responses from the panelists in brief and as part of the closing. So you can go ahead, Sam.
Thank you very much. And to respond to the question, so what we have done is we are now actively involved in curriculum reviews with the universities. So we've just completed one with NAST, where we basically are saying, instead of viewing the attaches as resources that you send to sign documents, we actively review their performance, and we participate by giving feedback to the university and also giving feedback when they do the curriculum review. We've deliberately done that because we feel this is an area that speaks to the future of not only our business, but the whole industry as a whole. In terms of investment, we've largely been very strong in the environment because of the nature of our business. So we've been strong in planting trees, but you see a recalibration where we've now taken the skills development in this area as a key area, not only for ourselves, but for the industry and the nation. So you see that we've started to invest significantly from an ICT perspective. And again, I don't report to HR. So that has been corrected in our industry, in our workplace. So in terms of percentages of what we've done, our social responsibility is focusing on the environment and education. whenever we plant our seed beds in schools, we are also tooling the digital side at the same time. So we've got a two-pronged approach now going into the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chirokota. Now open to the rest of the panelists for very brief comments on the feedback from the audience.
Okay, I will come in. Thank you very much. Let me first acknowledge the comments by Doc. Yeah, certainly, I asked my brother at some point why he hasn't married. He said he was waiting for the government. So there's a tendency of blaming everything to the government, when we must take charge. I want to respond to the education aspect, first of all, by acknowledging the good work that Potras is doing. Potras is our regulator, but they have led by example by whatever that they are doing. Certainly, there is need for strong collaboration between the industry and the education sector if we are to solve the problems that our education sector is facing when it comes to issues of responsible use of AI, even understanding and awareness of it. Remember, in our education sector, thanks to the government that they've introduced the 5.0, but we are having kids that are coming to the university, coming from different or diverse backgrounds. Some have limited understanding of technology. Some have got good understanding, depending with where you came from. Our schools are different. Some do have swimming pools, some don't have. So now, so this is already the divide that is already existing. So Potras, I know they've been going around doing those awareness, especially to Mashingo and all of. I think every week you hear something. So now there is a paper that we did with Dr. Apanyengwe. In fact, he was my mentor. He remains actually my mentor. We did, I think, 3 papers, Doctor. The one, it was on challenges to the implementation of artificial intelligence. It was published. It pointed, and the other one is on education sector, which is looking at AI bias and the gaps there. So it pointed some of those issues. And largely from that research, what we have identified is the gap of awareness in terms of what exactly to happen, right? Which starts from those that are teaching to those that are receiving. So that gap needs to happen, and thanks God we have got Zimche, perhaps that can then form hands working together with the telecoms or the various industry players to be able to bridge that gap from an awareness perspective. That's the gap that we're already seeing in as far as the context of Zimbabwe is concerned. Then there is a gap of infrastructure development. We still have that divide when it comes to our education sector. So that then continues to see bias when it comes to use of AI by various students, because infrastructure already is still limiting. That also has to be addressed. So that's my thinking around that one. Then we go to the issue of purposeful use of or adoption of artificial intelligence. So certainly artificial intelligence in the context of Zimbabwe has to be adopted to solve problems rather than just general adoption. It has to see where do we want to what do we want to solve? Is it the energy industry that we want to solve? Is this the efficiency aspect? Is it the education sector? What exactly? So from there now, we then see the real purpose of artificial intelligence in as far as economic development and productivity. And then the last contribution that I want to address is the education sector and the industry has huge responsibility to provide data. Doc indicated the aspect of precision farming, and you emphasized the need to ourselves to be part of contributing. So one of the issues that we have been seeing is that we have been more of consumers of AI rather than participants. And the gap exists on data availability. We are not writers. We don't like writing. We don't like contributing, whatever that we know. If you put the other issues that comes with AI, is you Google right now to say, who is the richest man in the world? You see various names, is it? Yeah. Because there is lack of correct what? Data near to the correct. So the more you put data, if you also want to put our own richest people, they will be available. What am I saying? I'm saying we need to feed data that is relevant so that whatever then is being used when it comes to AI becomes more or near to relevant. And that is why we'll be able to achieve issues of precision farming, efficiency, and correct statistics that can be available. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Doug. Doug Panashe, in brief, please. Thank you.
You see, the challenge with the AI era is we all thought that the white collar jobs are going to be safe, but the white collar jobs are the ones that have been disrupted the most, right? So intelligence is now a commodity. So for the educational sector to become a key role in this age, we have to redefine it, right? We have to rewrite the script of what we mean by education. So the fear of using AI for an assignment, it shouldn't be the case. What we should be worried about is the quality of the output. Using AI as a tool, not the phobia of using AI, because it's the lecturers who have that phobia, that what is my role now since there's this tool which can replace me. That's the serious challenge. So we need to now redefine how to assess students in terms of the output that they produce. We should be worried more about the quality of the output, not what tool of engagement that they use to produce the output. So this is the challenge with the educational sector. I'm a student of, we call him Baba teacher. But Dr. Apanyengwi, he's groomed so many, we are all came out of his hands. But the key factor now is, how do we redefine reskilling people? So it's not just a question of sitting and going through a curriculum. It's developing critical thinking skills and the ability to execute, right? That's the key differentiating factor. And also the other factor is we need to purposefully lead in a particular sector using AI, right? We need to be able to lead purposefully, right, by design in a particular sector. And Zimbabwe has always been a leader in agriculture and in the health sector, right? So we now have to say, okay, how do we apply AI with all these Mudumeni colleges that we have to be able to be leaders, utilizing all this infrastructure as a backbone that we have so that we are the leaders and the breadbasket of AI in agriculture in Zimbabwe and Africa as a whole.
Wow. Okay. Dr. Apanyengwi, I'm coming your way as well. Thank you. Mr. Ndov.
Thank you very much. I think I agree with submissions around, starting awareness at ECD. When I actually also mentioned the target for teachers was to get the teachers to then also be able to impart because of the model that we have as ICDL. But all of us, parents and everyone actually should be involved. Also to mention that our ICDL also looks at the school kids in terms of doing the teachings. And to also say that, when I spoke about the issue of the HR department, it was meant to then just make sure that we have the conversations at the right level and decisions being made at the right level based on information given coming from the learnings. And just to also say that I'm also a student of the doctor, so I'm also in that line. But I also wanted to mention that, as we are looking to adopt AI, we need to always remember that we need to also invest in the necessary cyber security, because hackers are also making use of AI to attack, and therefore we need to make sure that we have AI enablements in terms of our onion of cybersecurity from the perimeter all the way to the data. We need to make sure that we are strong and we adopt AI as defense mechanisms. I submit.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ndov. Mr.
Thank,
Machia, in
thank
closing.
you. He just whispered in my ear that I need to keep it very short. I think it will be short. I think for me, it's just to emphasize the need to continue with this sort of collaborative approach in us actually sharing notes and also sharing our expectations so that we are all aligned. I think that will help us create an enabling environment for us to explore the opportunities that AI and the digital economy presents and ultimately see the success of our country. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. To the panelists, I would like to appreciate you and thank you for your insights, valuable insights. And we hand back the mic to the Director of Ceremonies. Can I be allowed to ask people to give a pump?
Please give them a round of applause. And I'll also ask you to just stand together as a group in the middle. I'll ask our photographers to stand in the aisle and just take a picture of our incredible panel that have been with us during the course of this morning for our first panel. Please take real pictures. We do not want any AI generated images of our panels in the final edit. Fantastic. Thank you so much, gentlemen. You've done a fantastic job. Please give them a big wow, ladies and gentlemen. Well, it's interesting that education came to the fore, and a lot of our competitors or colleagues from across the world, the education sector is taking a different approach. And I'm one of those people that agree that we should not be afraid of AI. So can I tell you another story? I love telling stories. So I'm doing a course with the University of Suffolk in the United Kingdom. And I thought, oh, you know what? I'm going to breeze through this. No problem. I'm a very intelligent guy. Very intelligent guy. I'm going to put my points together and I'm going to churn out a prompt into AI that is so good. It's going to make that AI think and do deep research for the next 15 days on that prompt. However, the reason why I say we should not be scared of it is because the University of Suffolk has a specific program that's built into submissions called Turn It In. And I'm sure you've seen it, those of you that are in the academic space. And all we need to do is make sure that we plug that into our platforms to make sure that we avoid plagiarism and any form of fraudulent submissions so that we still have students that are doing the work that is required. All right, I kindly ask our ushers. It seems like this is a conference that is going to be extremely well attended. So the Rainbow Hotel team, I think you may want to get a few more chairs and try and find some space. I can see a lot of people are coming through. If you can assist me, ladies and gentlemen, sound engineer, please drop the gain on the mic. It's pinging at the moment. Thank you. Are you sitting next to a free chair? If there's an empty chair next to you, except the reserved spaces, are there any free chairs next to anyone? Please just raise your hand. There are 2 seats here. Ushers, please take note. We've got free seats. Thank you so much. There's a free seat closer to the top. Fantastic. So our next moderator, ladies and gentlemen, comes from an organization that has taken center stage in the last couple of years because their mandate has been extremely specific. They are the babysitter. They are the organization that is helping Zimbabwe make sure as a country and all the stakeholders involved in the ICT space walk on the dotted line. When you go to any factory, as you may have seen, that there's a designated path to walk on. And one of those organizations that is making sure that we walk on the correct path in terms of migration to higher levels of ICT integration is Portraz. So our next panel, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be moderated by Professor S. Takavarasha, the Portraz board chairperson. As he comes through, ladies and gentlemen, please give him a round of applause or a big wow, as we've said, yes, we're going to conserve energy. And Professor, thank you so much for taking time out this morning. We know that you have an extremely busy schedule, and we are looking forward to the discussion that you're going to drive this morning. Thank you, sir.
Wow. My thanks, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Very good morning to you. May I invite the following to the front. Mr. Nevangue, Mr. Nevangue of Dande Mtande. Give him a wow. Engineer Lawrence Nkala from Tel 1. Engineer Nkala. Mr. Maxwell Chitendeni, the Postmaster General of Zimpost. Engineer Musungwa from Zanet. I think I saw him a while ago. Can you give him a big wow? Yes, as the engineer comes up. And may I invite also Mr. Willard Nyagwande, the CEO of PowerTel. Willard Nyagwande, CEO of PowerTel. And lastly but not least, ladies and gentlemen, may I invite Mrs. Dean Kala to Misan Kala, CEO of Telco. As she comes up. Thank you, Dumisani. Thank you. Take your seat. You know how important the digital economy is and how critical the sector leaders are in its operationalization. So to make that possible, we have organized this powerful panel of people who are so much involved in the infrastructure as well as the implementation of related policies. Ladies and gentlemen, may I allow me to take a seat and start engaging with my dear colleagues here. And just to let you know that please don't disrupt them for now. After they have given their submissions, at the very end, we shall have occasion to ask them questions. And may I start with anyone? Tel 1 and Net 1. I will direct this question to you. In terms of Zimbabwe's telecommunications infrastructure, be it the fixed, the mobile, broadband, there are some bottlenecks that affect the digital economy. Would you care to explain what is each operator, each of you as operators, what have you planned in terms of capital investment for the 2026 to 2027? And how does it contribute to the national coverage targets that you as operators have? Let me start with Tel 1. That microphone is not...
Hello?
Okay, sure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof, for this very interesting question, and good morning, colleagues. So the prerequisite for any solid digital economy to talk about in any market is around the deployment of a robust digital infrastructure. This morning we had conversations around AI, around digital transformation, and that can only happen if there is a solid digital infrastructure in the economy. And as you have pointed out, Prof, that there are gaps within the country for that digital infrastructure to reach out to all the communities. That is very correct. And what is it that as sector players were doing to ensure that that coverage gap is narrowed? And this is around issues to do with investment. And I want to say that investment in the sector is very capital intensive, and the players are really in trouble in terms of accessing cheap financing to ensure that we deploy infrastructure to all corners of the country. So what we are doing in 2026 to 2027 as a sector player, Tel1, I want to say that Tel1 has transitioned from a traditional telco into a modern digital infrastructure as well as solutions service provider. And this has entailed rolling out and fiberization of the economy through our backbone infrastructure and metro networks, our last mile connectivity. And I want to talk to the recent rollout of fixed wireless access as a means to providing access to much required services, particularly for our consumer market and as well as the rural community. So 2027, we are strengthening the rollout of the infrastructure, deploying and scaling our fiber network, strengthening our core network to ensure that the data networks and services that are required to power the economy in terms of consumer enterprise industries is up to the mark. And we also looking at scaling our data center infrastructure, where we offer compute and storage resources for our enterprises, for the enterprise systems and of course AI that we are talking about today. And central to this is availability of power. My colleague Prosper did allude to the requirement for that power source, and we continue to invest in alternative sources of energy outside grid in the form of grid power to ensure that we power the rest of the country. So we are scaling up our rural connectivity programs via satellite as well as wireless access. We are moving out of the copper and fixed infrastructure in the rural because that's not efficient. So that will be the summary of what we are doing, moderator. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And from Telco, you probably have an answer for this. Yes, sure. Feel free to respond.
Good morning, everyone. I think Engineer Nkala has already set the stage in terms of the key investments that need to be made. For us, it's an energy first issue. I think if we're real about rolling out connectivity that supports the digital economy, we'd have to address, first of all, what creates for quality connectivity. Quality connectivity is premised upon having power. Power is the first thing. Any digital device depends on power. And where there's an insufficiency of power, you are not going to be able to get quality, consistent connectivity or good service. So one of the things that a lot of us as operators find ourselves having to heavily invest in is power, high quality power, but also sustainable power. I think, again, the way that we roll out that power and its sustainability is critical to longevity. The second thing is, I think, also the quality of a broadband service is ever changing in this industry. 10 years ago, 10 megabits per second was deemed to be a high-speed broadband network. But there's a constant evolution in terms of the speeds required, the quality of the broadband that is required. So one of the big investments from organizations such as ours is investing in quality, high quality bandwidth that can deliver the kinds of services, the ever-evolving services that are required. Then I think the third investment that is normally overlooked quite significantly in contexts such as ours is it's all very well to have digital, good connectivity, all very well to have good power, but if you don't have good people, human capital investment, you probably aren't going very fast anywhere. And so our third key investment that we're going to be making in this season, 2026 into 2027 and going forward, is in people. And our particular take on investing in people is not only to invest in the current people that we've got, but to invest in future generations that are able to actually adopt and adapt the technology and also to create. So we're going as far back as primary schools and high schools to identify talent, to nurture that talent through the system. So it's a long-term play. It's not just 1 or 2 years. So I would say, Dr. Sam, those are 3 investment areas.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are chasing a moving target. What was enough yesterday is not enough for tomorrow. And CEOs and industry leaders, if I hear you talking about a 5-year strategy as a regulator, I'll be disappointed, because by the end of those 5 years, that strategy would have needed to be revised every 6 months. And with that in mind, may I remind you that pretty much the originator, the father, or should I say the mother of all connectivity issues, wider connectivity, was Zanet. With their infrastructure, they connected our rural schools, they did all sorts of things. So Mr. Msungo, would you care to explain to us what is going on and what is coming? Do you have a microphone? Zanet? Is it, that's the, did I get your name right? Did I? Yeah, Mr. Msunga, would you mind explaining to us what's going on in terms of connectivity? We have always known you to be the ones connecting our rural schools and all the distant schools. What have you got in store for the sector?
Thank you very much, Mr. Fasitutase. This is a good opportunity for us as Zanet to be part and parcel of this strategic digital transformation in Zimbabwe. Before I delve into your question, Chair, can you allow me just to demystify, simplify things? Just recapping, you know, the problem with the lecturers is that they want to make sure that they move with the people.
Sure.
Why we are here, colleagues, with the name digital economy, I want to actually tell them what it is before we actually do the things themselves. When we say, colleagues, digital economy, we are saying whatever you are doing in Zimbabwe in terms of the production of processes, products, goods, services, you name it, whichever you consume, they must be done through ICTs, which is digital production. When a nation is able to do digital production by way of automation, we are now enjoying, you call it, you are in a digital economy. And now, we're now saying AI. What is it actually to say AI? Let me simplify it so that you guys may understand. It draws a lot of energy from me because I love it more than my life. When we say IA, it's artificial intelligence. What are we saying? We are saying if a person is born, he is physically seen. You can see me. I've got the hardware, which you can see. But because I want to breathe, I've got the spirit inside me. That's why I'm able to speak. Now, in terms of the IA, we are saying we want to make a machine which resembles a person, and they breathe into the machine the software to make sure that that machine is able to perform all activities that a human being has been performing. So when a person is now changed in a machine, we now call it AI. Hello? Am I moving with everybody here? Good. I love that one. So, colleagues, here we are saying we are actually trying to delve into digital economy, the way of producing goods and services and products through ICTs, when we are actually using machines, which we say they are now replacing you as human beings, your intelligence, the way you do things, your wisdom, your skills, everything. We now say we are now doing AI. Now, to your question, Chair, what is Zanet doing in the next 5 years? In the next 5 years, you know, Zanet, let me tell you, some people may not know it. Huh? Let me tell you what Zanet is. This one is a state-owned entity under the able and good office of the Minister of ICT, Current Services, which fills the gap, especially where business is not making sense. I love these guys who are here. I know they are here for business and they are here for profit making. I am not that profit making centered. What I want to do is to make sure that I distribute the country's tax sensibly, equitably, reasonably, by way of trying to do business where the natural commercial economic business sense is not actually making sense itself. So he says we are going to connect schools in the ruralized, disadvantaged, impoverished, marginalized, and the remote and isolated areas scattered across the full length and the breadth of the 10 political provinces of the Zimbabwe landscape. That's where I'm doing business myself. To fill the gap, clap it for me. So, Chair, in the next 5-year strategy, I need that there must be 2,500 institutions connected to AI. And I'm not just saying simple connection. Remember, I said AI, which means big data. Those who know what I mean by way of big data, I must make sure that my pathway, my highway should actually carry big data to 2,500 institutions countrywide, filling the gap where business is actually not making sense. Say, in the next 5 years, I would have done about 10,000 e-learning platforms across all education sectors, universities, polytechnics, teacher colleges included. That's my DNA. In the next 5 years, say, I must make sure that I would have connected about 8,000 ICT professionals. I think for now, I thank you.
Mr. Musungwa, you may bask in that glory, but be assured we are going to hold you to it. Did you hear the numbers, ladies and gentlemen? And my colleagues from the Potter's Board, can you hear that? Keep watching. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, moving on, I know the issue that concerns most of the people in our sector is the cost of connectivity. The cost of connectivity. I will start with the MNOs around here and ask the cost of connectivity. Some say it's comparatively higher than those in the region. What specific structural and regulatory and competitive changes are needed, in your view, to achieve meaningful reduction in data costs and move Zimbabwe towards an affordable, universal broadband access? I'll come back to the MNOs. Let me start with you, Neva. Dandemtande is from Dandemtande. That's the CEO.
Thanks, Prof. I know we now have a new designation as MNOs. Yes. I think the question that you're asking is really well-founded, because when we go around in the market, everyone is complaining about the cost of data. But I think that there's a cost build up to what we are charging, and we are talking about the solutions that we need to do to make sure that we lower that cost. I think one of the things that has already happened, and is continues to recur, is that there is a lot more data that is coming into the country in volumes. You know, the volume economies of scale. So the amount of data that is obviously coming into the country by its very nature is lowering that cost. I joined this industry in 2013 from INSCO. And I can tell you then, when I joined, 1 megabit per second was $1,200. That is 2012. Now we are down to almost $10, $11 thereabout. So obviously there is more volumes that have come into the country. But then there are also things that we should be doing, some of which were spoken about by the previous panel. Is the cost build up of how we actually service our customers. When we are laying infrastructure, there are so many taxes and levies that we are paying that need to be reviewed. I think Doc Mtsuri spoke about the way-live costs that we pay for laying fiber in the towns and cities. It's a high cost. I know there is work that is being done behind the scenes to make sure that that is dealt with as well. But also the specific taxes that we pay, and I'm sure, Prof, you know the specific taxes that your sector pays, the special excise duty on airtime and the like. Those ones also just need to be reviewed to make sure that the cost of delivery of these services to the population is lowered. Now we have the recent one, the digital tax as well, that has been added on. So I think in terms of just the regulation that is needed, there is a desire from us to make sure that there is alignment between our objectives at the ICT sector balanced with the objectives of revenue collection from the Ministry of Finance. Together, that way we can reduce some of the costs. But we're also not collaborating well amongst ourselves as well, Chairman, in terms of sharing the infrastructure. That can also help. It's not good pointing the finger at other areas when we also can do some of the stuff by making sure that we share on the infrastructure that is already in the ground. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Neva. And the willingness to look at themselves is also critical. And we had, ladies and gentlemen, the new taxes, as well as, you said they must be reviewed upwards or downwards?
They must be eliminated.
All right. Oh, you may proceed, sir. Let's hear from the next IAP in the panel. Internet access providers. What do you think the regulators and government must do to assist you to provide the nation and the sector with affordable connectivity?
If I may pick up from what Neva said, I think there are a number of structural things. He's already mentioned quite a few. I think a few of the others are things like the cost of spectrum. Spectrum is the very scarce resource through which, the airwaves through which a lot of data travels. I think we need to become a little bit more rationalized in terms of costing that spectrum. I think also, in terms of benchmarking ourselves with the region, we need to remember that Zimbabwe does not operate in a vacuum. So both from a policy making level as well as us as industry, we need to be so conscious that when we're now competing for capital in the region, it's not just as Zimbabwean organizations that we're competing with our peers in Zambia, in Botswana and so on. And so when our services are uncompetitive, or when the cost of doing business and the return of doing business in this country is uncompetitive, it actually makes capital flow away from us rather than towards us. So I think as an industry, as well as a nation, we need to sit down together and actually look at how we make ourselves more competitive at a national level, not just at an industry level. And then the other thing is, I think the other thing that drives up the cost of us offering services is vandalism of infrastructure. And this vandalism happens in one of two ways. There's vandalism that comes from the public when they steal copper cables from Tel1's network, when they try and vandalize manholes and build fires within them. That costs a lot, because then the service provider is replacing the same infrastructure over and over again. But then there's also a cost that we bear, which also comes from a lack of coordination between city councils, ourselves as operators, when new roads are being built, when new infrastructure is being put in, and we don't collaborate to say, we're just about to dig in a section of the city, and can all network operators please come and identify your infrastructure. That makes for disruptions in infrastructure, which also cost at the end of the day when we have to repair that infrastructure. So I think there's a lot of collaboration, coordination that we can also do. Thank you.
So what do you think should champion that collaboration and coordination of City Council, who is not regulated by POTRAS, and yourselves, who are regulated by POTRAS, and other players?
So I think there's 3 levels, Prof, that this coordination needs to happen. I think the first level is at the ministry level. I think we need our ministries, Ministry of ICT, Ministry of National Government, and to sit together, and also Finance Ministry to sit together at that level. Secondly, at the regulatory level, we need our regulators, our different regulators, to actually sit together. Then also at industry level, we've got lobby bodies like TOAS, telecoms operators, and also ZIAPA, which is the Zimbabwe IAP Association. So I think there's 3 levels of that coordination. Thank you.
So you have told me who should that body be composed of, but I was thinking of who should lead the process. Anyone who cares to assist? Go ahead, Nkala.
Thank you, Prof. So we do have the father body in the sector, and that's the regulator, POTRAS. So this is where we converge. We have, as TOAS, as ZIAPA, also work with the regulator. And the regulator is the authority to take up some of our pain points to the relevant authorities. So they link up with other regulators to present the matters that impact the industry. So my own voice that I wanted to add, in addition to what colleagues have ably submitted, is basically the cost of data to the consumer is a factor of the ease of doing business in the ICT sector. So you realize that the summary of them, I think they've spoken about levies, taxes, they were spoken about infrastructure sharing as operators, what we need to do. We also, to a large extent, suffer disruption, like they've said, occasioned by theft and vandalism of network elements. I'm happy that the government has also taken a lead in the process of carrying out an exercise to ensure that there is ease of doing business within various sectors, and ICT sector is one of them. And we have made our submissions to the authorities. If our taxes are reduced, there are certain taxes that we just don't want to hear about. There is SED, special excise duty, 10% it hits you. For every dollar that consumers pay, 37 cents of it goes to taxes, goes to regulatory fees and everything else. So imagine that you are retaining 63% out of that. And that's the money that you're supposed to invest into the network and grow and provide more for the consumer. I also want to raise the point that we are a land-linked country. So here we're talking about costs that we can manage between our borders into the country, but there are costs that we are incurring outside Zimbabwe to peer with the content providers at the data centers in the coastal countries of South Africa. We have got Mozambique, at Maputo, and so forth. So we have additional costs which are not borne by South Africans or people in the coastal countries. So comparison at times becomes very, very difficult. So I thought I should bring this point to us. So we will do a lot more, and if government implements this ease of doing business, I think this will also translate into reduction in the access of services from us, the ICT players. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm mindful of time, and may I move to the next question about the postal sector globally. Undergoing fundamental transformation driven by e-commerce and courier services. How is ZimPost repositioning its network and service portfolio to capture value in Zimbabwe's growing digital economy and commerce ecosystem? Mr. Maxwell Chitendeni, would you care to elaborate on this point?
Thank you very much, Professor. Good day to you all. ZimPost is a strategic player in making sure that we become a critical enabler for Zimbabwe's Vision 2030. As ZimPost, you are aware that we were hit, like any other postal organization globally, by technology. And as Zimbabwe Post, we developed a vision which we drew from the national vision. But we then had to think outside the envelope, and saw that we were at the intersection of digital and physical platforms. So as ZimPost, we became phygital. By being phygital, we are using the physical infrastructure that the government has blessed us with over 334 postal outlets across the country, with more than 189 digital centers across the country. It becomes a very huge network. And it is through this network that we have opened doors for both government and private sector to come and sweat such an asset, because we are where the people are. We are happy that the government has also managed to come into play. As you are aware, puppies that are born, they don't open their eyes on the same day. We have many government institutions that are also enjoying the infrastructure that the government has provided through ZimPost. We also have the private players that we are working with to ensure that we drive the digital economy. Allow me, Chair, to come and zero in onto the issue of the e-commerce that you have said. For us to have a robust e-commerce, we should be able to look at the whole ecosystem. Notwithstanding the fact that we need also to look at the financial service, because it's also embedded in the e-commerce ecosystem. If we look at the infrastructure as a departure point, we are looking at our infrastructure, our postal infrastructure, of outdated mail processing systems, which we have also tried to address using the then technology, using AI. We have managed to look at how we can automate parcel recognition, our scanners, your dynamic routing, where we are now using algorithms to predict the fastest route and the most cost-effective delivery paths. Having looked at the infrastructure, we have also looked at the logistics aspect in that ecosystem. And we are happy that the minister soon will be launching our e-bikes. This is a new initiative that we have brought on board, where we are using electrical motorcycles for delivery. I'm sure we are aware we used to have the postman every time around your place around 10 a.m. You would see and hear the bell ringing of a postman. We are moving from the physical bicycles to the e-bikes. On logistics again, we are using a lot of AI-powered parcel tracking so that we become relevant to both the economy and to our citizenry. Coming to the issue around the financial inclusion, as Zimpost, we have managed to come up with a mobile app which is putting the post office to the palm of your hand. We have also managed to come up with a chatbot as a post office. But what is exciting, Professor, is we have our virtual post office, where you can actually go into the post office without physically visiting it. And we are making it to transact, which in my view will drive the economy. More so, we were amongst the first African countries to do this. Last but not least, we have, as a sector, managed to look at the leadership of postal administration as a strategy to drive the e-commerce. As Zimbabwe, we are leading in Southern Africa as the chair towards this e-commerce system as one of the ecosystems. In Africa, we have the Secretary General being from the post, managing and leading Africa in that fora. At international level, we sit as in the upperland body of Universal Postal Union, where 192 countries subscribe to, and we are in the Council of Administration. All this has been made to ensure that as we deliberate and discuss issues, we are having our hands on the deck, and I see as Zimbabwe moving the digital economy through e-commerce. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I have a question that bothers me most of the time, and I will let any one of you answer. Zimbabwe is one country that has adopted e-money much better than our neighbors. Everyone has got either a telecash, an EcoCash, one money, and a swipe card or whatever. And that is a key enabler to e-commerce. And these, ladies and gentlemen on the panel who refuse to be called MNOs because they don't do mobile, but at the IAPs and ISPs, they are connecting. Connectivity is there. Mobile money and the electronic transaction of money is there. So what is missing for e-commerce? Anyone who dares to answer these questions?
I think thanks, Prof. I think from our analysis, I think the missing piece has been the logistics behind the e-commerce. And I think it's a conversation that I once had with the postmaster at some stage when we were looking at that as an opportunity. I think it's something that we will need to work on, just to see that if somebody has bought let's say it's a laptop from your platform, how do you get it to Zumba, for instance? And what are the means that are able to deliver it there safely? And building the trust around that logistics, I think it will be one of the things that we need to do. I think we've also investigated an opportunity to work with DHL as well, to see that, for instance, if we were to sell the Zimbabwean carvings the craft that is done by people. How do you then get it to Europe in terms of the logistics as well? And how do you build a platform that is secure and trustworthy for those people to consume it? So that is, in our opinion, from our research, that's what we've seen as a missing piece.
May I allow this to be further interrogated by the audience, talking to the panel? At some point, I'm, as I said, mindful of time. With that, ladies and gentlemen, may I proceed to the next question? Network security. Network security, resilience, and issues of uptime. Never. How are incident response and critical information infrastructure protection issues being handled by your sector?
Thanks, Prof. I think it's no doubt that connectivity or bandwidth is the new oil in the digital economy. And therefore, we need to make sure that it's not only secure, but it's also available for industry and commerce to thrive. So if you just break down the three aspects that the moderator has mentioned, the first one is about the security of the network. And this speaks directly into the strategies that are in place around cybersecurity. And I think as a country and as a nation, there is a lot more that we can do collectively to make sure that we harden our networks, because there is a lot that is happening in terms of cyber attacks. I think from us as the operators, obviously we have made sure that our DCs, which are really the engines of our networks, are robust and sober and solid enough in terms of the security. But more importantly, Prof, what we've also noticed is that we cannot be secure and our customers are not, because they become a point of weakness. So I'm really pleased with the emphasis that has come through because of the Data Protection Act and the awareness around cybersecurity. That will also enhance in overall the network security. In terms of resilience, I think Nkala spoke about the fact that we are a land-linked country, and therefore we've got to go out into the public internet. And that brings into fore the need to have border crossings from different places. Most of the traffic goes through Beitbridge, but I think we've seen concerted efforts to make sure that Plumtree also becomes a border crossing for our data. And Mozambique also does become one. So we've got to work together to make sure that our networks are self-healing. And insofar as our customers are concerned, that there is dual homing and self-healing networks that are in place. Because without that, they can't really operate their businesses. So there is a lot of collaboration that is needed between ourselves as operators, but also helping our customers to appreciate the value of redundancy. You can't have a single line to your business and think that you are safe. You've got to have dual homing. You've got to build up redundancies. But I'm glad, Prof, that the government is also taking a leading step in making sure that we have the national data center as well. And I think there is a lot around the coming up with the national cybersecurity policy framework. All those will actually guide us on how we interact in the net and make sure that our networks are always up.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I had so many questions, but I know with confidence my questions cannot be better than yours. So may I ask my colleagues on the engineering desk to get ready with the microphones while Mr. Nkala gives his last comment.
Thank you very much, Prof. Just to add on what my colleague Ncube has just said, the subject of security and resilience of our networks is very critical. I will just talk about 4 key areas. Number 1 is lack of connectivity in itself is national security problem. So if you have no connectivity, you have a security threat. And therefore, as telcos and service providers, our job is to ensure that coverage of connectivity is 100% in the country. And this is the effort that we're working towards. Number two, we're talking about network resilience, where we have built in protection around our fiber network, particularly because the information superhighway that currently we are using as a country in many markets is fiber backhaul. So fiber is either buried and is hung over power lines, and that is the infrastructure that needs to be protected. And from time to time it breaks, and we need to invest in the protected networks. And we've done that in our country, but it's not enough. And sometimes we do have outage. And then where we have connectivity in our data centers and we are connecting clients, we need to invest in military grade cyber security systems, anti-DDoS, firewalls that ensures that there is no attack on those that are already connected. And there is incident management in the event that there is a problem. How do we react? We've invested in security operations center in our different areas and NOCs, where when a breach is noticed, immediately we activate all service restoration activities, including our clients. And that is very key in ensuring that there is secure data. We are also guided by the Data Protection Act, with our regulator putting in place all these provisions around data controller license and then DPOs, and we are following the standard operating procedures that ensure that data is secure for our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Did you not forget to add cost? Because I know when the engineer Mdua comes in, he's going to say, keep your phones updated, keep your devices updated. And updating them is the very thing that my aunt's daughter goes around in the house to say, can I see your phone? Update iPhone. You know, you got data. And so don't you think cost also has got
You are spot on, Prof. So for most of our platforms, we have an inherent cost called software licenses. If you deploy a license, be it an ERP system, be it any platform that we are using for your AI and so on, there is an annual cost that we pay that is in software licenses. Software license ensures that your software is updated all the time with new releases to fight bugs that come and threats to your services. And you can't be further from the truth, Prof. This is a cost that adds up to the service delivery and pricing at the end of the day.
As well as security. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't have better questions than you. And may I have two from this side and two from the other side? And I will start with the lady right here. She asked before. May I have someone who haven't spoken before? Behind her. And then Louise, I'll come to you after. The gentleman in a white cap. On the previous panel is where she spoke. Please stand up. Probably, would you care to let everyone know who you are?
All right. Thank you, Prof. Busili Carrington, Chief Information Officer for Edgar's Group. So my question, or rather first contribution, then a question. I think it will be directed to Neva. So we spoke of, taxes, which are, piling up in the industry, and it makes the last mile cost a bit high. So I am looking at maybe a knock-on of the stats that we got in the first panel. We spoke of a 76% of the sector being, of the economy being informal. Technologists are not an exemption to this. We do have technologists who are also participating in the informal sector. So my point here goes to the 15% digital withholding tax. We are in a transition in terms of the infrastructure gaps that you mentioned. I think all panelists were talking to that. So you are looking at these technologies leveraging on global infrastructures. So that means the subscriptions that they pay, they are now incurring what I would like to call an innovation penalty. Because our AI strategy speaks of 1.5 million coders being enabled, and they are leveraging on these global infrastructures. What conversations are we having to ensure that we do not incur innovations penalties to ensure that we do have 1.5 million coders, and as we are in a transition, we still continue to innovate? Thank you.
Okay, from this side, Louise, you may ask your question. Oh, sorry. Okay, Louise, and then the other lady. You introduce yourself once again. Then we are starting from this side. I've got the luxury of doing only 4 questions, and I'm adding only a 5th one. Can you come up front here, please? May we have more than one microphone, please?
Thank you so much. My name is Dr. Louisa, and I'm coming from Computer Society of Zimbabwe as a member of Women in ICT. I'm just happy to see a woman in front. That's number one. And my contribution really is when you were presenting, all of you, you spoke about energy and its effect that the infrastructure, the data centers, there's a lot of energy that is used, and its effect also that energy is a challenge in our country. And its effect also that AI alone uses a lot of energy. So with the investments that you are doing, and with heat being emitted in your processes, have you thought of heat management, recovery from that heat to generate more energy and also feed to the national grid to boost our energy situation? And I'm just thinking that if you're to collaborate as telcos, you could actually generate energy into the grid that could possibly help in the elimination of some of the taxes and levies that you're talking about. To say now we have got power that is coming into from the telcos because you're already investing into it, but there is also a process that I'm thinking with technology and where we are, we could actually feed into the national grid and also reduce some of the levies and taxes that you're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This side, I want let's mix the genders. Starting with the gentleman right next to the microphone.
Thank you, Prof. I'd like to put my reactions on the issues of infrastructure sharing and the issues that have been asked about where are the city councils. Is government through the National Housing, Minister of National Housing is reviewing building codes of 1977. And on those building codes, they specify that issues like roads, sewer, water should be there before a settlement is approved for compliance. So now the issues of ICTs are absent in those codes, and the sector can look into playing a role in the new building codes so that the issues of ICT infrastructure can put in that when a settlement is being developed, all the infrastructure for ICT can be put in and put also modalities on how it can be financed before that infrastructure gets compliance. That can also improve on the national broadband and also on the digital economy that we are talking about today. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Did you introduce yourself? And the ones that are coming, please do stand up for the sake of those online to be able to see who is speaking.
My name
Did I give you the flow? I don't remember doing that. Okay.
Okay, Prof. My name is Donald Mene, Director ICT for National Housing.
Oh, all right. This lady right next to you.
Thank you, Prof. So my question cuts across, I think, everyone on the platform. When it comes to cybersecurity as well as AI that everyone has been singing, there's a common triad, and the triad is data, the algorithms which then translate to the softwares that people have been talking about, and then the infrastructure. And when it comes to infrastructure, everyone has been singing about it being the GPU season and things like that. But if you go on the global scale, GPUs and other processing power is measured twice a year, in June and in November. And in both seasons, you're supposed to compete by upgrading your processing power. So I wanted to find out what the sector is doing in terms of collaborating, in terms of sharing GPU power or processing power now and in the future. Because if we're going to have a digital economy, we need to be able to consistently upgrade our processing power. And we can only achieve that as a sector by sharing. We already have done part of it, which is the backbone of our network backbone, which is then allowing us to then combine these distributed GPUs. So I just wanted to find out what the sector is doing in consideration of that.
Last two questions at the back. I'm picking people from the back. The gentleman who's already standing. And no, I meant at the far back. Last rows there. And really wanted to pick people from the back who haven't participated that much. This gentleman here with glasses. Please proceed, sir. Ask your question.
Okay,
and the panel is noting the questions. They're going to give answers all at once.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Leroy, and I'm a computer science student and also a cybersecurity community leader. So my question is, the first thing is, with Tel1, also the Nemutan and PowerTel, they say they are going to expand the national fiber and data center infrastructure. Are they now moving towards a model whereby they can share and collaborate on maybe cybersecurity risks and vulnerability assessment? Because as you increase your fiber infrastructure, you're also increasing the attack surface for cybersecurity. So are they now going to join up forces and have one strong connected cybersecurity assessment, or are they still doing their own different things? And also, one last thing is, we're also building tech communities with people who are actually capable enough. So for Zanet and Zimpost, they have a wider audience, mostly in Harare, I think, but here in Blawayo, we don't really see them much. So I wanted to ask if they are doing anything so that they can also have innovation hubs here and also in other rural places. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Can I come back to the panel? I had only 4 questions to ask now. Okay, there's one gentleman there in glasses. Looks like Gibson. Introduce yourself, Gibson. We don't know you.
Thank you. My name is Gibson Mkaragata. I'm from eSolutions. I just wanted to add maybe on the point that Neva highlighted on the question of the importance of the things that are limiting e-commerce. I think one of the key things is the issue of infrastructure on the postal side. Because if you notice in Zimbabwe, we don't have postal codes. And I think maybe this would be a question for Potras to say, when are we going to have postal codes? Because he gave an example that you can deliver to some remote place, but you can't even deliver to here in town because we don't have postal codes. This is one of the biggest, from our experience, we have tried to put out solutions for e-commerce. This is one of the biggest problems. And then, of course, there's the infrastructure issue of roads and that, but the postal codes issue is very critical. So that is where my question will be. I'm sorry to be asking it to the chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And you know that they were in the process of being developed. I feel being HG, blah, blah, one place and empty, what. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, it's for you to answer. Let's be as precise as we can. If you see me nodding my microphone, I'm saying you are spending your airtime. Starting with the lady, Demisani. Any questions directed towards you, please? You don't have a microphone anymore. Okay.
Maybe I'll pick up the issue raised by the young man at the back in terms of programs, in terms of incubation hubs. There are quite a few programs at the moment that are being run in Bulawayo. Telco, for example, is running a program called Texpo. It runs it in two specific flavors. There's Texpo, which is targeted at high school students, 13 to 19 years old. And then there's Texpo Steam On that we're doing in collaboration with the Harare Institute of Technology, which is for university students, and the clubs are being rolled out across different educational institutions. The aim is to incubate solutions that are industry focused and then take those solutions and make them commercialized solutions. Happy to talk to anyone who wants to find out more about that.
Okay, if you have got any questions directed towards you, Ms. Msungwa, you may proceed. Of the questions that were asked, is there anything you want to respond to, or you want to pass the microphone?
I want to contribute on security, Professor, from
Go ahead,
that
sir.
Senate point of view.
Mhm.
One thing which I want to salute, maybe, first of all, Portras. Your head is distinguished, decorated, and accomplished. If you tell me, say why, I can tell that within a space of very few period, you've almost developed about 2 acts of parliament. And one of the latest is this cyber security and the data protection. It means when the brains are working, when the brains are healthy, it means the hand, the leg, the stomach, the fingers, because of nervous connectivity, they will then be marching in unison like soldiers marking time. You need to keep ahead of what you are doing. For example, in this platform, colleagues, where we are actually housed in one point, trying to discuss national issues, especially on cybersecurity. I know we affect it differently. For example, if you ask me, I'm very interested in my security in terms of my network, because I actually provide broadband connectivity.
Thank you very much. And who is that? Mr. Stendeni, if you saw any questions that are very much directed towards you, please.
Thank you, Chair. I will respond to the 2 questions that were raised by a gentleman. Thank you for raising the issue around what is ZimPost doing to ensure that there are innovation hubs, as well as the issue of postal code. If I'm sure our regulator will then respond further, but I'll just give a background to the issue around postal codes. Looking at the innovation, we have, like I've said, we have more than 189 digital centers. We also have what we call a DigiTrack that has computers in it. We have qualified personnel who the ministry has provided for, and ZimPost is providing the equipment and the truck. These they move to ensure that they also bridge the challenges around the digital center. They have been in Blawayo. I'm surprised you failed to meet them. They've trained for a week in Nkulumane. Last week they were in Mapisa the whole week, and I'm sure they are still in Blawayo. But there are a number of areas that have been covered by this DigiTrack. This is an effort by our able ministry to ensure that the citizenry are trained on digital skills. We have the digital centers. This is a concept that was mooted by our ministry, powered by our regulator, and operated by ZimPost. We are in the mode of ensuring that our citizenry benefit from the digital times. If you go to any rural area, I would want to challenge the one who raised. just go and ask your village chief, head, or the sabuk. We have been training those together with their kinsmen in the digital centers on digital skills. So we are doing quite a lot, and we want to encourage the House to utilize these digital centers. Number one, the training is for free. Number two, the government is providing for the broadband for free, and we want everybody connected. Coming to the second issue, Chair, in the interest of time, postal codes, this is an addressing system, a postal addressing system where we code communities using also the GPS. As the designated operator, working with the regulator, we are in the process of coming up with the digital codes. There is a team that is working on this, and it's also a requirement internationally, because when we do digital sortation, it uses the codes. It doesn't use your physical names. I'm sure you have seen addresses in the UK, Sussex, SUS, your Johannesburg, GH, B2000, something like that. Those are the postal codes they are talking about. So the regulator will be able to ameliorate and expand on that, but it's a project that we are working on, and soon it will be also ushered to the populace of Zimbabwe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nkala?
Thank you very much, Prof. Just to answer a few questions that were directed at me. So harnessing energy in the data centers, and that's a very true observation that you are emitting some heat energy out of our server infrastructure, and how do we harness that to then replay in the grid? So yeah, this is an area that we are going to look into, and thank you for raising that, and we'll explore it further and see how feasible that this can be done. A colleague from a local authority did raise issues around how do we incorporate ICT infrastructure plans in buildings. I must say that this is happening, but maybe at optional level. We would very much benefit from that legislation to actually have it as a requirement before approval. We will be very glad to participate in the formulation of that instrument, because that is very key. Modern buildings today have to be wired or designed in such a way that it does have this electronic infrastructure incorporated. The issue of GPU sharing, it's a new one. I know we have been a CPU economy, and very soon we'll be also embracing the GPU, and as players we'll see how best we can share, as we have been sharing in other areas. But I know for a fact that to a large extent in the sector we've been doing a passive infrastructure sharing. And when you get those GPUs, I think the business models and commercial arrangements will be made for that to happen. The last one is on cybersecurity risk assessment sharing. Yes, I must say in the sector, to a large extent, like I said, we are sharing passive infrastructure. We have not gotten to share active equipment. And once because each operator is using its own IPT, and this terminates in its data center. And this is where the issues of cyber security assessments are done. And until such a time that we do share active equipment, we'll be able to share also risk assessment around cyberspace. But I'm sure we should have a national security center where all internet upstream is aggregated and assessed. It's another higher level than operators that can be done to ensure that what you are asking for is actually implemented. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Neva. Finally, and briefly.
Thanks. I think I'll just speak to the aspect on the digital tax that was raised by a colleague there. I think we share in the pain that you are having to pay the extra 15.5% on because you're consuming probably AWS as one of the innovators in the space. So I think what I want to throw back at you is.
Sorry, sir. I'm going to have to give you 15 seconds to round off. Our guest of honor is on her way down.
Okay.
Yes.
Maybe let's take it out of the meeting. I think that would be the best. I'll look for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's someone whose question wasn't answered. There's someone who wanted to follow up. Let's do that during the tea and the lunch. They are available for you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Give them a big wow.
Wow. Professor, thank you so much for moderating that session, for navigating time as well. It was a session under pressure. To all our panelists, thank you so much. Just by show of hands, ladies and gentlemen, if you're finding this informative, please just raise your hand so that we can see. If I was wearing AI-enabled glasses, I was going to give you the report immediately. But I see all the hands that are raised, and I appreciate that very, very much. So what's going to happen now, ladies and gentlemen, please be on standby. We are just shifting our chairs around because our guest of honor is making her way down. And at that point, I'll ask you to be, with your utmost respect, ready to observe the protocols. I will not be facilitating that session. There will be a different director of ceremonies that will come through and take us through the official opening. I'll also kindly ask you to make sure that you are allowed to use your phones, but please minimize your movements during the course of the opening ceremony. Tea will be served, and it will be served on the right side of the room, but we will navigate that accordingly. The Rainbow Tower staff will assist us to ensure that you get your refreshments as we go. If there's any other changes, I will let you know. Please go to our social media pages for the ministry and do comment. Let us know your thoughts. And thank you so much for your contribution. So if you feel that your question was not answered, you still have reprise. You can still go through to our social media platforms. You can contact us via email, or you can call in, and we will then forward the responses to you accordingly. A big thank you to the technical team. I'll kindly ask our cameramen to be on standby as well, to make sure that all the facilities are in place in terms of microphone stands as well. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll kindly ask you to stand to your feet. Please may you clear the passage. Please remain standing, ladies and gentlemen, for the national anthem of the Republic of Zimbabwe. Technical team, kindly cue the national anthem of the Republic of Zimbabwe.
While you are still standing, allow me to invite Mr. Fungai Mandivei to come and open in prayer.
Let's bow our heads and pray. Heavenly Father, we come before your throne of grace this morning, this afternoon. We acknowledge you as the source of wisdom, knowledge, skill, and understanding. We humble ourselves even as we deliberate on matters concerning creativity, concerning innovation, concerning deep thought around technology and new inventions. And we humbly submit and give of ourselves, our minds, our spirits, and our souls, and ask that you guide and you lead us. We thank you for this digital economy conference. We thank you for this platform for us to share knowledge. We thank you for this platform for us to be able to sit in here, hear, listen, and be able to be equipped for the work ahead. We pray, Lord God, that you bless the government, bless our ministry of ICT. We ask, Lord, for special favor and grace upon those that lead this sector in our nation. And Lord God, I pray even for all the sector players. We ask, Lord, that you'd endow them with knowledge, endow them with wisdom. And above all, Lord, we ask, Lord, that you'd reward the works of their hands with tangible results. And we pray, Lord, that you'd prosper them. We ask, Lord, that you'd prosper their customers. And we uplift our whole nation, because of which we are gathered here. And we ask, Lord, that you'd bless the recipients and the beneficiaries of everything that we deliberate and discuss about here and going forward. We ask, Lord, that indeed our digital economy and our economy, the plans of this nation, our national development strategy too, and everything that has to do with the prosperity and the well-being of our nation may be blessed by you. So we acknowledge you and we honor you and declare that you are Lord over all and even over the proceedings today. In Jesus' mighty name we pray. Amen.
Amen. We may take our seats. Once again, good morning and welcome to the third edition of the Digital Economy Conference. The Honorable Minister of ICT, Post and Courier Services, Honorable Tatenda Anastasia Mawetera, the Honorable Deputy Minister of ICT, Post and Courier Services, Honorable Digmuz Puti, the Honorable Deputy Minister of Industry and Commerce, Honorable Raj Modi, the Honorable Chair of the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee on ICT, Honorable V. Moyo, the Director General of Opotras, Dr. G.K. Machengete, senior government officials here present, ICT sector players in Zimbabwe, our guest of honor who is joining us virtually, and all the other guests and participants who are joining us virtually. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I said good morning. Allow me at this point to, just before we proceed, to confirm with our media guys that we have sound and video from Rwanda. If you can, please confirm. I need a cue. Can I have sound, please?
Good morning. Am I audible?
Good morning. Yes, you are audible. Thank you so much. At this point in juncture, ladies and gentlemen, allow me, having confirmed that technology is cooperating with us, allow me to invite at this point the Honorable Deputy Minister of Industry and Commerce, Honorable Raj Modi, to come and deliver the welcome remarks. Honorable Deputy Minister, sir, please clap your hands as he comes. Maybe just come and stand there. I'll ask them to put the podium up there. Can I have ushers to help me lift the podium up there for the Honorable Deputy Minister? Please. Thank you. This one.
Good afternoon, everybody. Honorable Tatenda Mavateta, Minister of Information and Communication, Technology, Postal and Courier Services. Thank you for extending this gracious invitation. Your Excellency, the Ambassador and High Commissioner present, distinguished member of the diplomatic corps, the Honorable Deputy Minister present, the Secretary of Information, Communication Technology, Postal and Courier Services, and Permanent Secretaries present here, Director of General, Heads of Perceptual and Regulatory Bodies, Captain of Industry, Business Leaders and Technology Innovators, Development Partners, and our esteemed international delegates, members of the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. On behalf of the people of Bulawayo Metropolitan Province, I am deeply honored and genuinely delighted to welcome each and every one of you to the city of Kings and Queens. Bulawayo is Zimbabwe's second largest city, our industrial heartland, a city of resilience, enterprises, and as evidenced by its very gathering, a city that firmly stepping into the future. To our colleagues from across our beautiful country, and to our distinguished international guests who have traveled from near and far, we are glad you are here. Bulawayo receives you warmly. We are most welcome. The third Digital Economic Conference is not merely an event on the calendar. It is a statement of intent. It is Zimbabwe declaring loudly and clearly that we are not spectators in the global digital revolution. We are actively participants. We are builders and we are determined to be leaders. The theme of the conference, Accelerating Zimbabwe's Digital Economy, Harnessing Artificial Intelligence for Action Towards Vision 2030, could not be the more timely. Artificial intelligence is no longer the technology of tomorrow. It is the defining technology of today, reshaping industries, transforming governance, revaluing agriculture, health, education, and commerce. Allow me to say a few words about the host city and our province place in this national story. Bulawayo has always been the engine of the Zimbabwe industrial and manufacturing base. Our railway heritage, our engineering excellencies, our skilled workers, these are not relics of the past. They are the very foundation upon which we can build a digital economy that is grounded. practical, and transformative. The government of Zimbabwe, through the Ministry of ICT PCS, has been deliberate the ensuring that digital economic dividends reach every corner of this country, including Bulawayo. We welcome the investment and digital infrastructure. We embrace the deployment of the smart technologies and we commit the full support of the Bulawayo Metropolitan Province to every initiative that brings connectivity, opportunity and economic empowerment to our residents. As province leadership, we are committed to create and building environments, one where digital entrepreneurs can thrive, where SME can access markets through digital platforms, and where no child in Bulawayo is left behind in acquiring the digital skill they need to complete in the 21st century economy. To our panelists, through leaders and innovators, the discussion you will have today matter. Your insight will shape policy. Your innovation which inspire investment. Your recommendation will inform action. To our international partners, thank you for walking this journey with us. Zimbabwe is open for business. Zimbabwe is ambitious and Zimbabwe is ready to partner. As I conclude, I invite delegates to make the most of this day, engage with your colleagues, listen to the presentation, ask the difficult question, and live with a renewed commitment to making Zimbabwe's digital economy vision of lived reality for our people. I have no doubt that the third Digital Economic Conference 2026 will produce outcomes that move us meaningfully forward on our path to Vision 2030. Bulawayo is proud to be the stage of this important national conversation, and we are honored that Zimbabwe's digital economy journey passes through the city of kings and queens. I wish you all a fruitful and inspiring conference. Tatenda Siyabonga. Thank you very much.
Once again, a hand of applause for the Honorable Deputy Minister. This side is not clapping. Thank you so much. That's much better. Thank you so much, Honorable Deputy Minister, for those warm remarks. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, before I invite the Honorable Minister of ICT, Post and Courier Service to come and give her remarks, allow me to say these few words on behalf of the Permanent Secretary, Dr. B. Chirume, who is not with us today, but who sends her support for the conference. The Digital Economy Conference is the brainchild of our Honorable Minister. When she was appointed the Minister of ICT, one of the first initiatives that she started was this conference. And the first year, I remember, Honorable Minister, you joined us virtually. So this is not the first time. And the first year, it was just a discussion amongst sector players. The conference followed the same format for the second year, but this year, we have had a virtual conference that ran that ran on Tuesday, and we had 167 participants from various sectors. And this format was deliberate. As a sector, together and as government, We want to hear what other sectors of the economy are saying and what they are thinking in terms of the digital economy. And hence we had to sit down on Tuesday and listen and hear what they were thinking and saying. The deliberate output or outcome that will come from this, as directed by the Honorable Minister, is a cabinet paper that seeks to inform policy at national level in relation to the digital economy. So the PS sends her regards and she says, this is taken seriously at all levels of government, and thank you for being here. Allow me therefore at this point to introduce the next speaker. I need to keep checking whether I'm still audible online. I just need the cue from the media guys. There's a thumbs up, so yeah, let's give them a clap. A clap offering if we were in church. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor this afternoon to introduce the next speaker, who is my boss, the Honorable Minister of ICT, Postal and Courier Service for Zimbabwe, Honorable Tatenda Anastasia Mavetera, has served as Zimbabwe's Minister of ICT, Postal and Courier Services since 2023. And she is an elected member of Parliament for Chikomba West constituency. She has previously served as the proportional representative member of Parliament for Seke district in Zimbabwe's 9th Parliament. At the continental level, Honorable Tatenda Anastasia Mavetera currently serves as the president of the Smart Africa Council of Ministers in charge of ICT, following her election at the 8th Council meeting on 24 March 2026. I think we can clap there. Providing continental leadership on digital transformation and policy coordination. In addition, she's one of only 7 African ministers appointed to the inaugural Smart Africa Artificial Intelligence Council, a high-level ministerial body established by Smart Africa in collaboration with the African Union and the International Telecommunications Union, to guide Africa's approach to AI policy, governance, ethics, and innovation. I think once again we can clap there. Yeah, especially if you realize that our own minister is being recognized at a global level. Upon her appointment to Zimbabwe's cabinet, she assumed the chairmanship of the Pan-African Postal Union, PAPU, a position she held until March 2026, providing potential leadership on postal sector modernization and digital transformation. Honorable Mavetera is widely recognized as a leading champion of youth and women empowerment, having successfully initiated the Youth Caucus in Zimbabwe's 9th Parliament. She has overseen the completion of Zimbabwe's national AI strategy, making Zimbabwe one of only 17 African countries with such a framework. She is leading the finalization of the national cybersecurity strategy and the child online protection policy. She has also guided amendments. She has also guided amendments to the Postal and Telecommunications Act to reflect developments in this sector. Honorable Mavetera has received numerous awards recognizing her leadership and advocacy both within Zimbabwe and on the global platform. She holds an honors degree in management and marketing and a master's in strategic marketing, and she is currently pursuing a doctorate in business leadership with the Midlands State University. Honorable Mawetera brings extensive experience in the ICT sector, having dedicated over a decade to advancing digital transformation, innovation, and inclusive technology in Zimbabwe. It is my honor, ladies and gentlemen, at this point to invite our very own Honorable Minister of ICT, Post and Courier Services to come and give us her remarks. May we stand as we receive her.
Thank you very much. May you all please be seated. Thank you very much for attending and being here today. Allow me to recognize the Honorable Guest of Honor, Honorable Paula Ingabire, who is the Minister of ICT and Innovation from the Republic of Rwanda. The Honorable Minister of Industry and Commerce, Honorable Mangaliso Ndlovu, here represented by the Honorable Deputy Minister Raji Modi. The Honorable Deputy Minister from the Ministry of ICT, Post and Courier Services, Honorable Dingimusi Puti. The Chairperson of the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee of ICT, Post and Courier Services, Honorable V. Moyo. The Acting Permanent Secretary for the Ministry of ICT, Post and Courier Services, representing Dr. B. Chirume, Mr. Prince Vanda. Permanent Secretaries and Senior Government Officials here present. The Director General of Porters, Dr. G.K. Machengete. Captains of Industry and Commerce. Allow me to recognize all the CEOs, the MDs from the whole ICT sector here present. I might not be able to mention each and every one of you personally, but please let me recognize you and thank you very much for making this event a success each and every other year. I really appreciate that. Representatives of development partners and diplomatic corps, distinguished delegates, members of the fourth estate here present, let me recognize you and appreciate you for all the work. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you. It is an honor to welcome you to the third edition of the Digital Economy Conference 2026, which is part of the 66th Zimbabwe International Trade Fair. The ZITF theme says Connected Economies, Competitive Industries, which emphasizes that competitiveness relies on digitalization and widespread innovation. Allow me also to recognize the chairperson for Porters who is here. Professor, my apologies, I had not seen you, but I saw you as I was. Please let me recognize you. He is the chairperson of the Porters board who is here. Allow me to say that the conference theme for the digital conference, economy conference, is accelerating Zimbabwe's digital economy, harnessing artificial intelligence for action towards Vision 2030. This serves as a call to action. We stand at a pivotal moment in Zimbabwe's journey, as the fourth industrial revolution is already transforming sectors such as agriculture, mining, education, health, tourism, to just mention a few. As Klaus Schwab says, in the new world, it is not the big fish which is the small fish. It is the fast fish which is the slow fish. Zimbabwe must be fast. We must not be spectators in this revolution. We must be active participants, deliberate builders, and confident leaders. On March the 13th, 2026, His Excellency the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe launched Zimbabwe's National AI Strategy, 2026 to 2030, marking the country's entry into the global AI race. He emphasized that AI should drive national transformation, helping unlock Zimbabwe's potential in sectors such as agriculture, mining, healthcare, finance, and education. This was a strategic declaration of intent, not just a policy announcement. President Mnangagwa further emphasized that our national approach must be rooted in sovereignty and identity. Our AI journey must not be defined by dependency, but by ownership. It must not simply import foreign solutions, but cultivate homegrown intelligence, building systems that understand our values, speak our language, and solve our unique national challenges. This is why our national AI strategy is anchored on our national philosophy of Ubuntu and enduring principle that nyika inovakwa nevene vayo, ilizwe lakhiwa ngabanikazi balo. A nation is built by its own people. We are building Zimbabwe AI for Zimbabwean development. Rwanda, under the leadership of our distinguished guest of honor, Honorable Paula Ingabire, has positioned itself as a continental leader in digital governance and AI readiness, proving that bold policy choices can rapidly transform national competitiveness. Kenya continues to leverage AI across financial technology, agriculture, and digital public services, creating new pathways for inclusive growth. Ghana has advanced strategic AI adoption through innovation hubs, where they have the Kofi Annan Center of Excellence. We are grateful that our portfolio committee, led by Honorable Vimoyo, went on and had an experience of the Ghana Kofi Annan Center of Excellence. And they've also come up with data-driven entrepreneurship, strengthening both youth employment and industrial productivity. You might wonder why I'm speaking about Africa alone. I believe that as Africa, we need to come up with our own embedded Africa AI. I'm relating to Africa because we do not need to reinvent the wheel. What others have done, all we can do is to customize our own context and make sure that we also follow suit. As Kofi Annan said, knowledge is power. Information is liberating. Education is the premise of progress in every society and every family. Africa's AI future must be built in Africa, by Africans, for Africans. And Zimbabwe is fully committed to this vision. Distinguished delegates, a strategy without implementation is merely an aspiration. We are transitioning from policy to practice with the official launch of Zimbabwe National Innovation Acceleration Center, which was launched on April 15, 2026 at the ZITF grounds in Bulawayo. This center is key to our economic transformation. It has been designated as one of the only 18 such centers globally by the International Telecommunications Union, positioning Zimbabwe among the leading countries in its digital innovation. The National Innovation Acceleration Center will be the engine of our innovation ecosystem, supporting startups, commercializing research, providing regulatory sandboxes for emerging technologies, and connecting local innovators to the global market. It will bridge the gap between ideas and industry, ensuring innovation reaches factories, farms, hospitals, classrooms, and export markets, while empowering our talent youth to become job creators. As such an Adele reminds us, ultimately, progress is measured by the impact of technology on people. Technology must serve people. AI must create dignity. Innovation must create opportunity. Vision 2030 must create prosperity. This is why His Excellency our President, Dr. Idi Mnangagwa, further directed us that we must work together to ensure that the benefits of AI impact every village, ward, district, town, and city. That is the Zimbabwe we are building today. After the success of a virtual digital economy conference on the 21st of April 2026, today's physical conference must focus on delivery. We don't need more reports, but what we need are actionable partnerships, industry commitments, and research that leads enterprise, whereby we need to make sure that innovation creates jobs, accountability, and also be measurable. As we prepare for the 4th Industrial Economy Conference in 2027, let us remember our discussions today and show what we have achieved. I really want to extend very sincere welcome and also gratitude to the guest of honor, Minister Paula Ingabire. Really, Honorable Minister, your presence here is not a coincidence. It is a deliberate bridge between Kigali and Harare. And since we are here in Bulawayo, it is actually definitely a deliberate bridge between Kigali and Bulawayo. Rwanda has been able to work on a lot of global benchmarks where they are actually a proof of concept. We have the Kigali International Financial Center, the Irembo e-government platform, and your bold investments in AI and drone technology, which are indeed a lighthouse for all of us, and indeed in the continent. We are deeply honored to learn from your journey. For too long, the African narrative has been defined by the export of raw materials and the import of finished digital products. AI gives us the chance to flip that chart. We are moving from a mode of extraction to a mode of intellectual production. As the renewed computer scientist Andrew Ng famously stated, artificial intelligence is the new electricity. Just as electricity transformed every industry 100 years ago, AI today is going to inject intelligence into agriculture, mining, manufacturing, and financial services in Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe does not see just AI as a chatbot, but we see it as a crop disease defector, where it will be able to detect what farmers are going to do, a predictive maintenance engineer for our mines, and a credit scoring officer to our street vendors. Minister Ingabire, Rwanda's success with the Center for the 4th Industrial Revolution teaches us that speed of execution matters more than the size of the budget. We have shown that policy We have shown that policy attracts investments, where here in Zimbabwe, we are undertaking a deliberate journey to create a conducive regulatory sandbox environment, a safe space where our innovators are test and also be able to work on more innovations and make sure that we have no fear of regulatory paralysis. The connection between Rwanda and Zimbabwe is a case study in where we are saying that indeed we need to make sure that our future is here and indeed is evenly distributed. Allow me to be able to give on 5 recommendations and immediately go to introduce our guest of honor. As we are going to conclude on our National Digital Conference, I would like to give 5 concrete recommendations, which I believe together as a sector we'll be able to achieve together. Firstly, we want to establish a national AI center of excellence. We must move beyond scattered efforts. I propose a public-private partnership to launch an AI hub in Zimbabwe within the next fiscal year, focusing on the niche around precision farming, small-scale mining automation, tourism, e-learning, health, to just mention a few. This hub must be twinned with Rwanda's C4IR for knowledge transfer. Secondly, we have to create a digital nomad and AI skills visa. As Minister Ingabire has successfully advocated for a borderless digital Africa, I am recommending a fast-tracked visa regime for AI specialists and remote tech workers who want to make Zimbabwe their home base. We cannot hoard talent. We must circulate it. Let us move from brain drain to brain circulation for our own terms. So I'm going to talk to the Minister of Foreign Affairs and find out a way that we can for us to be able to enhance this. Thirdly, we need to mandate AI literacy in civil service. You cannot digitize a government if the bureaucracy doesn't understand the tool. We are launching a mandatory foundational AI literacy course for all our civil servants. A leader who fears algorithms will eventually block digital transformation. Number 4, we need to work on a sovereign cloud and data localization with interoperability. We must build a robust, sovereign data infrastructure that allows our startups to train African models with African context. I'm recommending a regional data sharing framework that protects individual privacy, but also allows our industries to jointly train large language models in our indigenous languages and economic context. And number 5, as government, we want also to then propose an ethical AI procurement pledge, where we are committing to an AI procurement pledge wherever the state procures digital systems. We have to ask, does this system reduce bias? Is the IP transferable to local engineers? We cannot simply buy smart cities off the shelf. We must co-create them. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to then go to the second part of my presentation, where I would like to introduce the guest of honor today. It is my profound honor and privilege to formally present our guest of honor. She is a trailblazer who has not only imagined a connected Africa, but has actively built its architecture. As the Minister of ICT and Innovation of the Republic of Rwanda, she has been at the forefront of transforming her nation into a living laboratory of technological progress, from the rollout and the pioneering of Irembo e-government platform to positioning Rwanda as a global hub for artificial intelligence and drone delivery. She is a passionate advocate for the African Continental Free Trade Area's digital protocol, and a firm believer that Africa problems deserve homegrown tech-enabled solutions. She is a colleague, a sister in the Pan-African digital movement, and a source of inspiration to all of us who believe that Africa's competitive edge lies in its connectivity. I do not shy to say that when I became Minister of ICT, I declared to her that she is my mentor, and I have to look to what she has done and be able to follow suit. Ladies and gentlemen, delegates, please, may we all kindly stand and put our hands together so that we'll be able to make our guest of honor feel the warmth of the City of Kings and be able to welcome the Honorable Minister of ICT and Innovation of Rwanda, Honorable Minister Paula Ingabire, to address us today. Over to you, Honorable Guest of Honor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister Tatenda. I hope you can all hear me well. Just checking to make sure that I'm audible before I get started.
Yes, you're audible.
Can you hear me now? I'm just waiting for a cue.
Yes,
that you can hear me loud and clear before I can get started.
We can hear you loud and clear.
Very good. Very good. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Very good. Honorable Minister Tatenda, Mavetera, delegates, leaders from the private sector, civil society, and various partner institutions, a very good morning, and I think right now it's good afternoon. Allow me to start by thanking Honorable Minister Tatenda for, allowing conversation and inviting me to join you today, but most importantly for birthing such a powerful platform that catalyzes the right dialogue across government and industry. It's an honor for me to join you at this defining conference, an occasion to speak not just to aspiration alone. I think this occasion speaks more than aspiration, but it's also deliberate, accelerated action that this moment demands. Honorable Minister, you did mention the link that Rwanda and Zimbabwe share, Kigali and Harare share, and I want to believe as well that Zimbabwe and Rwanda are united by the conviction that our nation's greatest chapter is ahead of us, and that digital technology, artificial intelligence are among the most powerful instruments we have to write that. This is why conversations like today's matter. They're not just about technology, they're about sovereignty, competitiveness, inclusion, and the kind of future that we choose to build for our people. I want to start by first acknowledging something important. Zimbabwe's ambition to become an upper middle income society by 2030 is not merely an aspirational target, it's a strategic frame that correctly anchors economic transformation in measurable outcomes for citizens. The recognition that digital transformation and artificial intelligence are central enablers of your Vision 2030 reflect sophisticated policy making, because it also understands that the drivers of income growth in the 21st century are not what they were in previous centuries. In an era where data is a factor of production, connectivity is infrastructure, and AI can multiply human productivity, nations that embed digital strategy at the heart of national development planning are making a fundamentally sound bet. The National Development Strategy framework that Zimbabwe has, the policy work now underway on the digital economy acceleration are real investments, and those investments truly matter. Zimbabwe has a strong foundation, a highly educated population, a large diaspora with global exposure, natural resources, and a resilient entrepreneurial spirit that has survived extraordinary diversity. But we're also at an inflection point. We're living through the most consequential technological transition since the Industrial Revolution. Artificial intelligence is not a future technology. It's a present reality, reshaping industries, labor markets, and the balance of global economic power. And that's already happening right now. The question for Africa and for Zimbabwe, even for Rwanda particularly, is not if AI will transform our economies, because it will. The only question that matters is, will Zimbabweans, will Rwandans, will Africans be architects of that transformation? Or are we simply going to be merely consumers of solutions designed elsewhere for conditions that are not ours? Last year, at the sidelines of the Global AI Summit on Africa, African countries were clear that artificial intelligence should serve Africans, our priorities, and our development goals. I believe, similar to Zimbabwe, what Rwanda is doing today is that we've stacked our national strategy on this belief that we have an opportunity to be architects, but that window of opportunity will not stay open indefinitely. So what are some of Africa's structural advantages? And I believe many of these are real. Africa is home to 1.4 billion people, 60% under the age of 25. This is not a burden. This is the world's largest emerging workforce and consumer market. And at precisely the moment when AI-enabled productivity tools can multiply a young African professional, this is what we can accomplish with AI. Africa has leapfrogged before, particularly when you think about what we've done with the mobile revolution. We've bypassed branch banking and built mobile money systems that have now become a global model. And so I believe that even now we can leapfrog legacy AI dependencies too if we do move with intention. Our informal economies, our agriculture systems, our health challenges, these are not deficits. They are the training ground for AI solutions that could not be built elsewhere and that the world will one day need. However, let's also talk about some of the risks that we cannot ignore. Africa roughly generates 3.5% of global internet traffic, yet we capture only 1% of global AI investments and economic value. Our data is being used to train models we do not own, to build products we do not reflect without reflecting our language or even our context and our priorities. And so data sovereignty is not a slogan, it's a strategic imperative, and the time to establish it is before the architecture of AI becomes locked in, not after. I want to talk about some of the foundational priorities that we as a continent are looking to put in place. What we are seeing across Africa is that nations are making the most progress on digital transformation. And those nations that are making the most progress are those that have aligned on some foundational national priorities. And let's walk through some of them. The first one being connectivity, which is really the oxygen of the digital economy. You cannot AI your way out of a connectivity gap. Broadband access, affordable, reliable, geographically inclusive, are non-negotiables and they're prerequisites for every digital priority. But what this means is that last mile connectivity to rural communities, not just urban centers. It means that satellite solutions where fiber is not economical will be an alternative. It means spectrum policy that enables competition, and it means making data affordable so that connectivity is not a luxury. The second one is digital identity, knowing your citizens in this digital world. A digital economy cannot function without a trusted digital identity layer. Who are your citizens? Can they prove who they are when they access government services, when they open a bank account, when they register a business or receive some form of social protection? Digital identity is not about surveillance. When designed correctly, with citizen rights at the center, it is liberation from bureaucracy, from exclusion, from the informal economy's limitations. I'll give you an example of Rwanda's national ID system, which is now the backbone of our digital economy. Every major service from mobile money to COVID vaccination records to social protection were anchored around it. We need as countries to build this foundation early because this will compound over time. The third foundation is around data governance. How do we own our refinery? I'm sure for many of you in the room, you've always heard the term data is the new oil. But oil in the ground benefits no one. The oil extracted by others only benefits them. So the question is, who owns the refinery? And can we be deliberate about owning this data refinery? So this is going to be possible if we build national data strategies that define what is public infrastructure, what is personal and protected, and what can be shared for innovation. This requires data protection laws that are enabling, not just restrictive, and institutions capable of enforcing them. So as a continent, we must establish the principle that data generated on African soil by Africans is a strategic asset, and we must govern it accordingly. The fourth foundation I want to talk about is digital public infrastructure, which is really the shared rails. The most powerful insight that we derive from countries that have accelerated very fast, whether it's India's UPI, Estonia's X-Road, is really the role of government in building shared, open, and interoperable infrastructure on which private innovations can flourish. This is digital public infrastructure: identity, payment systems, data exchange, consent frameworks, all these built as digital public goods, not proprietary systems. And when government builds the rails, the private sector can focus on building the trains that we need. So because the theme of this conference is on artificial intelligence as an enabler for Zimbabwe's 2030 vision, I want to shift how we think a little bit about artificial intelligence. Too often, it is framed as a technology or a product or something you buy, install, and deploy. That framing leads to fragmented, partner-driven silos that do not scale. The correct frame is AI, artificial intelligence, is infrastructure, like roads, like power grids, like connectivity. It must be planned at national level, governed as a public interest asset, and deployed in a way that benefits citizens and not just enterprises. So when we think about AI as infrastructure, the question will change. We then start to ask who owns it, who has access, and who bears the risk, who captures the value, and these are the kind of questions that we should be asking. I like that, Minister Tatenda, you gave very solid examples of what Zimbabwe is prioritizing when it comes to AI deployment from agriculture, mining, education. And I believe for economies like Zimbabwe and Rwanda, where agriculture employs the majority of the workforce, AI applications in agriculture are amongst the highest return investments that we can make for ourselves. Whether it's AI-powered weather prediction, early warning systems for smallholder farmers, crop disease detection through mobile phones, market price alerts that eliminate the intermediary exploitation, soil health advisory systems, all of these exist, they work, and they can scale. And the question is not whether this technology is available. The question is whether we're building the digital infrastructure on which these services run and the regulatory environment that allows them to be sustained by viable business models. When we look at healthcare, Africa faces a health worker deficit of over 4 million professionals. For Rwanda, we've decided to quadruple our healthcare workforce, within the next 3 years. However, we also believe, our Minister of Health likes to say, a doctor using AI will be better off from a doctor who doesn't use AI. And I believe AI will not replace nurses and doctors, but it can drastically and dramatically extend what each health worker can accomplish. Diagnostic AI for radiology, pathology interpretation where specialists are scarce, AI-powered healthcare supply chain optimization where we can use it to eliminate some of the stockouts, predictive analytics for disease outbreak, and early warning systems. So how do we empower our health workers with the right tools, decision support tools that allow them to deliver quality care to our people? For Rwanda, we've embedded AI across the entire health supply chain, from predictive logistics for medical commodities to integration with our DHIS2 health information system. The result is better outcomes with the same resources, and this is the multiplier effect of AI. When we think about financial inclusion, the majority of Africans who lack access to formal financial services are not uncreditworthy. They are simply invisible to traditional credit assessment systems that rely on formal employment records and collateral that most Africans do not have. So here is an opportunity to use AI-driven alternatives credit scoring that will use mobile money transaction histories, that will look at the utility payment patterns, agricultural produce sale records, and this can unlock credit for millions of our people across the continent. This is not hypothetical. We're seeing it happening here in Rwanda, where some of our fintech companies are already doing just that. And so as we think about Zimbabwe's Vision 2030 target of becoming an upper middle income status, this cannot be achieved without a functioning, inclusive financial system. AI is the tool that makes inclusion economically viable for financial institutions, not just as a CSR exercise. Even in government, we face an impossible mandate. How do we deliver better services to more of our people at a high quality with the same, or probably in many instances, declining resources? And AI can be used to resolve this tension, whether we are deploying AI-powered tax administration tools that will detect evasion, improve compliance, prediction, and also personalized taxpayer services. So there are many examples, and I believe for many of you in the room, you can relate with all of this. But I think what is really important is to understand the building blocks that have to be there. AI is powerful, but if AI is deployed on a weak foundation, it will just not underperform, but it will also cause harm. And I think that's the fear that many of us have. And that's why it's important that we build the right foundations in place. And those foundations will be making sure that no meaningful AI application functions without reliable and affordable connectivity. This is an absolute foundation. Affordable devices, including smartphones at the price points that are accessible to our low-income citizens, making sure citizens are literate, AI literate, not just literate, making sure we have a robust and privacy-preserving digital identity systems. This is not optional. It's really going to be the gateway to everything. And also making sure that AI systems have the right data, because they will only be as good as the data they are trained on. And if we don't govern this data, we will not benefit from AI. It will be, what will happen is that we'll end up being governed by AI systems that are trained on someone else's data and reflecting someone else's realities. And I wouldn't end without talking about investment in human capital at every level. Here, I'm not just talking about producing AI engineers, though we need those too, for sure, 100%. I'm talking about a much broader AI literacy agenda. And also looking at regulation, because it will play a critical role, and the risk is getting it wrong, which would run in both directions. If we regulate too late, we'll allow harm to accumulate. If we regulate too early and too comprehensively, we stifle the innovation that we need. So let's start with the principles, light touch guidance, create regulatory sandboxes that allow for experimentation with the right guardrails, and build toward comprehensive frameworks as you develop the institutional capacity to enforce those. And so as I end off, I think for me, I want to share a little bit about Rwanda's story, which really is about deliberate, sequenced, and sometimes difficult choices that we have had to make as a country. And for us, we started with the fundamentals. It was really, we began our digital transformation journey really thinking about the basics: connectivity, 4G coverage that is now reaching 95% of our population. We've built a national fiber backbone. We've made sustained national investments in connectivity as infrastructure, not as a technology project. Built our national identity system, where now today every Rwandan has a digital identity. And now we're actually getting through the phases of understanding all our citizens, pre-enrolling them and enrolling them, so that everyone has the right digital identity that they can use. And this single investment is going to become the foundation from everything, like I said earlier: mobile money, social protection, digital government services, and the AI applications that we're discussing today. We've also built digital payment rails. Today, our interoperable mobile money ecosystem processes over $3 billion in transactions annually. Financial inclusion has exceeded 96%, and this is thanks to the mobile money, contribution. This was not inevitable. It is something that we engineered from the start, and we worked towards getting that. And so even as we establish our AI policy in place as something that is cross-cutting, we're now looking to establish a national AI agency that will drive this. I'm glad that Zimbabwe Minister Tetenda is also one of the ministers that make up the Africa AI Council that I co-chair, a continental body that I believe will be one of the most consequential institutions for shaping how AI develops on the African continent. Because if Africa is not at the table in AI governance, then we're likely going to be on the menu of AI governance. And so as I conclude, I think looking at all of this, is no single African country, whether it's Zimbabwe, Rwanda, Nigeria, Kenya, South Africa, name it, has the market scale, the data volume, or the capital to build world-class AI systems alone. And so we need continental collaboration around common data standards, shared compute infrastructure, mutual recognition of AI governance frameworks, Pan-African AI research agenda and skilling, those are going to be crucial to how we can collaborate as African countries. And I'm glad that we're already seeing this even from a bilateral perspective from the work that we're doing between Rwanda and Zimbabwe. And so I think as we reflect on the theme of this conference, which asks us to harness AI for action toward Vision 2030, I want to leave you with a simple frame. AI does not take action. People take action. Governments take action. Institutions take action. And AI is simply going to be an amplifier. What will determine Zimbabwe's digital future and Africa's AI chapter is not the sophistication of technology, it's the quality of our decisions, the depth of our collaboration, and the courage of our institutions, plus the commitment of leadership to get this done and be done right. And so the amplifier is in our hands. Let's use it well. And I wish you all the very best in your deliberations today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Paula. I really want to thank you very much for all those insights. I don't want to go on and be able to articulate all you said, but all I can say is thank you very much. That is well noted. Honorable Paula, may you kindly indulge us. I know the team here would like to ask one or two questions, and I'm just going to allow maybe 3 questions from the floor. Any questions that you think are relevant to this themes conference and that you think Honorable Paula will be able to respond to. May we kindly have a roving mic so that at least we can get that. Yes, there is one lady there, one man at the back there. Yes. Okay, let's start off with those 3. And let's try to be quick and be on point. May we kindly have a roving mic. Let's give Honorable Paula another round of applause. Thank you very much. I am sure you are all finished with Honorable Paula's profile. But I think let me also be able to make you know her academic qualifications, where she holds a Bachelor in Science degree from the University of Rwanda and a Master in Science in Engineering and Management from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, where she was a Systems Design and Management Fellow. And prior to her ministerial appointment, she served as head of the Kigali Innovation City Initiative, and before that as head of ICT at the Rwanda Development Board. Maybe let me also be able to furnish you with the regional and international engagements she has been able to do. Honorable Paula is a member of the Board of Trustees of the World Economic Forum, a position she has held since 2020, and a member of the high-level group of personalities on Africa-Europe relations under the Africa-Europe Foundation, AEF, since 2020. And again, you should know that she has been named among the World Economic Forum's 115 Young Global Leaders of the Year in 2020, and she has always maintained this until today. Please, let's clap hands for that. Allow me to start off with the lady there, please. And then after that, I'll invite our Honorable Deputy Minister, Honorable Dingimuzi Puti, to present the gift that we have also prepared for Honorable Paula, which we'll send to her. Please, over to you. Please introduce yourself and please kindly then go immediately to your question.
Thank you so much. I'm Louisa Mparuri. Thank you, Honorable Minister. And my question is, you raised an interesting use case on the informal sector and mobile money credit risk scoring. I wanted to find out in your journey as Rwanda, how you managed to do the data collection across the different mobile money providers in order to be able to develop a specific Rwandan model, because I'm sure we've got learning points from there where we can also apply the same, since they are the most active in terms of mobile money and they drive economic development, yet in terms of financial inclusion, they struggle in getting access to financial assistance in that sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Paula. Did you hear that question?
Yes, I did. Do you want the 3 to all bring their question, I respond once.
Okay, then you respond once. Okay. Yes, that's Louise Amparuri. Yes, next question. Yes, sir. Please proceed.
Okay, my name is George Mtakura. I heard you honorable was talking about locally developed fintech solution. So my question goes like, how best did you maneuver as the ministry or the policymaker to actually create trust for your private sector organization to believe in the local talent that you have in your country, that the solutions which you are making can be particularly as good or as competitive as those that are outsourced from the Western country? Because the major challenge that we have is we have the talent, we have the capability, but we lack the trust of the private sector to uptake our solutions into real world use. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Paula. This is George Mtakura. He won the award of Innovator of the Year. He's a student from the National University of Science and Technology. He has come up with a lot of innovations which have been sponsored by Potras. So he's here. I'm sure. Have you heard that question, Honorable?
Yes, very clearly. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's have the third question. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Hello, Honorable. My question would be, how can we build AI infrastructure in Africa that prioritize our local needs and skills and development?
Okay. Local needs. Yes. Yes. Your name, please.
My name is Naledi Ntini, the lead consultant for Nkanyezi Digital Tech Solutions.
Okay, this is Naledi Ntini. She's the lead consultant of a local technology company. Yes, there may be just one more question from our CEOs. Our CEOs. Yes, I see also there are various people from the board of Potras here, and yeah. One question, at least a brainwave. Yeah. Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. My name is Viola Dondo. I'm from the Computer Society of Zimbabwe. Maybe just highlights or insights into some of the challenges that you faced as you were developing some of the solutions, like the digital identity for the citizens. At least so we can have some learning aspects as we move towards digitizing a lot of our solutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Computer Society of Zimbabwe has been leading on ICDL, and Zimbabwe has actually been recognized for the outstanding work that it has done through the Computer Society of Zimbabwe, in terms of conducting the ICDL in Zimbabwe. Please, over to you, Honorable Minister. Please proceed, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Minister. And those are some great questions that are coming through. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Can you hear me, Minister?
Yes, we can, Honorable. Please proceed.
Very good. So thank you very much. I think these are very good questions. I'll start with Louisa's question around the informal sector and credit scoring. I think as a starting point, what we try to do is to figure out what kind of data exists, whether it's in the public systems that we've built or even in the private sector, entities. In case in point would be the mobile money companies, the banks. What kind of data do they have and how does it become accessible? Now, what we've done as a government is to first lead by doing. Like, I think we're one of the governments that has digitized for a long time all our services. So we've had a lot of data that can be used, that can be shared. We started by putting in place the data protection and privacy law because we knew that once we mandate institutions to share data, we also must make sure that we are protecting some of the personal data that is being shared, whether it's through anonymization or aggregation, whatever it is. But at least we put in place the right foundations for ensuring that data is shareable. So we started with our data protection law, and then we put in place a national data sharing policy. And today, working with the various institutions, we are actually building platforms that can enable seamless sharing of data across the board. Now, because your question is mostly around, private players who have made investments in systems that are built systems that have collected this data, one of the things that we're trying to encourage is even being able to, commercialize this data. Of course, not to make it too expensive that everyone then has to build the same systems to have the same data. And so that makes it easy to share data, but also to find commercial models around it. When it came to really thinking about credit risk scoring, a lot of this is done by the fintechs working with the banks. They're able to share some of this data and the target groups that they want. Some of the financial institutions have created and put in place models on how they can commercialize the data that they have collected, and that makes it easy to ensure that you're not just collecting data, but you can also share it. I'll end on one point, which is even for those people who are collecting data, there's a kind of authorization or certification that we give them for those that are collecting and for those that are processing the data, so that at any point in time, when you're dealing with personal data, all of this is done within the umbrella framework of the data protection law and policy that we have in place. So what we are seeing increasingly now is that you see a lot of synergies that are being forged between, mobile money providers, banks, insurance companies, fintechs. There's still a lot of work to do to encourage that kind of collaboration and sharing of, data that they have. Recently this year at our Inclusive FinTech Forum, we actually announced a FinTech center that we are going to establish. It's actually already in the process of establishing it. It should be operational by September this year. And the idea is to then create a much more coordinated platform through which this data collection and sharing can happen across the financial industry. And then we're leveling the playing field for FinTech startups that are really looking to see how they can work with the big boys, which are the banks and the mobile money providers. And so these are different interventions that we are putting in place, and all of this that is targeted towards making sure that the ecosystem can work together to formalize some of these informal sectors that we have in place. Moving on to the question that George asked around, the locally tailored fintech solution, how do you build trust? I think trust is a currency as a government that we started with, started by how do we build trust as a government for people to know that we are a government that is, intentional, deliberate about delivering the right services to our citizens and putting them at the center of what we do. And so in doing that, it's created that ripple effect even across, across the industry. And I'll give you practical examples. Our procurement law as a government, just like probably Zimbabwe and many other governments, when we go out to buy a technology product or a service, usually we're looking for experience. I want X years of, deploying a solution X in institution Y. I want proof that you've done this and who you've done it for. What that does without, thinking about it is that you automatically exclude the local startups that don't have experience to prove that they've done it, that they have the knowledge and skills to give you a very good solution that may end up being even more financially viable than some of the imported solutions. So we had to do our own check on ourselves as government, being the largest spender and acquirer of digital products, to say, what can we change about this? How do we give startups a level playing field? We about 3 years ago initiated what we call the public procurement for innovation, and right now it's been accommodated within the public procurement law. And what public procurement for innovation framework does is that as a government, any government institution will not prescribe what solution they want and years of experience and proof of where they've done it. What they do is we tender a problem. I'll tell you I'm trying to solve this for farmers and XYZ. And then it allows for different startups to use different technologies to solve for the same problem, and we'll figure out what technology gives us the best outcome that we're looking for. And this really comes down to the heart of Rwanda really positioning itself as a proof of concept country where we want to test and try different innovations and building that trust. And so because we've done that, we're seeing increasingly that trust even for private sector to feel like, you know, they can work with local startups and they can actually provide them with similar solutions in terms of the quality and caliber of solutions. Now on the talent bit, like many countries, we're grappling with having the right talent, both in volume and quality. 4 years ago, Rwanda set up what we call the Rwanda Coding Academy. It's the last 3 years of high school. So we have a very targeted, structured program on coding, embedded programming, software development. And we started by bringing in that school the top, it's the equivalent of your A level in Zimbabwe. So we started by bringing the top 60 that are great in math and science. Now we're doing 120 per year. And guess what? These young kids, they are great. Once they finish high school in the Rwanda Coding Academy, they're about between 17 and 18 years. They have skills that are better than a university graduate. And because of that, now, before they even finish school, private companies are already going to poach talent and asking them to come and start working within their digital factories or digital teams so that they can deliver on these solutions. So I think the experience we've had, George, as a country is to figure out what does it take to believe in the local talent, whether it's individuals or companies that have put themselves together and creating a platform where that co-creation can actually happen, and obviously creating platforms where we can showcase the work that they're doing as we go along, but also making sure that as government, we're being deliberate about acquiring locally produced solutions or locally developed solutions as a preference going forward. Coming to the question that Naledi asked about AI infrastructure that prioritizes local needs and skills, and I believe in my keynote address I touched a bit on that. And I think when I think about what we've done even for Rwanda, when I look at our AI strategy, I want to highlight what we think matters the most, which is really building AI systems in Kenya-Rwanda, which is our local language. Most large language models barely speak African languages. And this is not a technical limitation, but it's a resourcing choice that reflects whose experiences and voices are considered worth encoding. I think as Africans, we need to reject that choice. And as we build solutions, we should build solutions that speak our local language. Because if an AI system does not speak Kinyarwanda, for example, it cannot process a farmer's question about crop disease or a Rwandan student's question about their coursework in Kinyarwanda. Then these AI systems, what is happening, are tools for exclusion, not inclusion. And so language data is sovereignty. So what we've done as we do that is making sure that we're building tools or AI solutions that are contextualized to our language, but also to our needs. When we put in place our national AI policy, we also did what we call the socio-economic impact assessment to figure out what industries were gave us the most hope that if we deploy AI, we'll see growth. And so it was agriculture, healthcare, and education. And we could see with those three, there was also public sector, with the four, we could see that if we deploy about 12 to 15 AI solutions, we should see a 5% GDP increase. And that's really, if I put it in absolute terms, we're looking at about 600, close to $500 million contribution to GDP. And that is huge for, just a handful or a dozen of systems that we're able to deploy. But it's not just a question of how much GDP contribution is happening, it's how many lives are being transformed and what impact is actually happening on the ground. And to end on that, that's why I emphasize the thing of human capital, not just AI engineers, but also looking at how do we ensure we have AI literacy for our people? How do we make sure that our people can understand how to use these AI tools? And so these become some of the priorities that we're considering, that we're working on in our AI strategy and positioning Rwanda as a leader in AI adoption, but also not just adoption in the kind of impact that it's creating for our people. I'll end on the last one, which is challenges on the digital identity system. I think one, we started with a strong foundation. We already, so we had a system, a population registry, where everyone that is 16 and above 99% of our population that is 16 and above already had an identity card. That was already a good foundation for building the digital ID, the single digital ID system, because what then it required was to go back and say, for people below 16, how do we identify them and how do we make sure that they have a unique identifier that they'll use from birth and across all the phases of their life. So that has made it easy. And so what we've also done is to make sure that you're building the digital ID system for what exactly. It's not just to identify people; it's to ease access to services, and so it's really the justification and the rationale for that we've been able to design one. Now, when it came to challenges, we had to anticipate what are the possible challenges. If you talk about a digital ID system, maybe it's a mobile ID. How many people have mobile phones or even smartphones? What is the alternative to the digital ID? And that's why we are going to be issuing it in 3 forms. There will be the mobile ID as an option. There will be a token. And what the other form that we're looking at is to have a physical card, especially for people that we know pockets of our population where even having a simple thing as a basic feature phone they don't have, and at least they'll need that physical ID. And so this is how we're solving for some of these challenges, and then making sure that the way services are designed around the digital ID as a foundational system is done in a manner that addresses the different context of our people that they live in. And so I think this is how we're tackling it. And I believe also the most important thing is really access, and that's how we've designed, how we develop, deploy, and issue national IDs to our citizens. I hope that answers all of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable. Let's give another round of applause. I'm sorry, Honorable. Please let me indulge our head of procurement. He really was itching to say something.
Sure.
He's called Dr. Ruswa. He is the head of our procurement regulatory authority of Zimbabwe. He leads on the procurement of everything that happens in government. Please give him one quick question, please, so that we conclude.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable Minister. For me, it's just a follow-up question. Earlier on, you had our own Honorable Minister here making 5 recommendations. And the 5th recommendation, she spoke about ethical procurement pledge. And I was trying to think on my feet to say, how are we going to support this? Because once they make these pronouncements, for some of us, it's a call to action. So earlier on, you made mention of how you are supporting your startups. So I was trying to hear from you how you are trying to then deal with issues to do when these startups in one area, they are working with your tertiary institutions, and there is issue to do with intellectual property. And when they are now on their own, how then do you marry the two? Because talking to my colleagues in the sector, this is an area where they always find challenges to say tertiary institutions, they may come up with special purpose vehicles, which they also want to work on the commercial side of things. But we feel that they are crowding out these youngsters who have started from the innovation hubs, and you want to give them space in the commercial sector. If you can share some experiences there. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister Paula, here we have got a lot of players here. We have got our various CEOs, MDs, from our telco players, and even various government institutions are represented here. Academia is represented, a lot of associations in the ICT sector. Our members of parliament are also represented here. Yeah, we'll do the register after we've concluded with you, Honorable. We really want to thank you for being here, because we really have to learn a lot from Rwanda. And I don't want to lie, we are following you. Zimbabwe will be the next Rwanda. Please proceed. will be the next Rwanda.
Thank
in
you
terms of
very
that.
much,
So let me
Minister
let me make
Tetenda.
a disclaimer.
believe
Wait,
very,
honorable,
very
honorable.
fundamental question.
Wait, honorable. Zimbabwe will be the next Rwanda in terms of ICT development, where we will definitely lead. We know Rwanda leads, but don't worry, we'll actually overtake them. Thank you. Please proceed, honorable.
And we're here to support you
Of course,
with that
you.
ambition. I think it's a good question that is being asked around ethical procurement, especially as you think about the AI context. This sits at the intersection of commercial due diligence, governance, accountability, and rights-based decision making. And so, as governments and large institutions, when we're procuring AI tools and services from startups, as an example, the procurement process becomes a lever for shaping responsible AI development and rewarding right behaviors, not just capable products. And I'll give you a few examples, because today when you look at traditional procurement, you're evaluating cost, capability, and vendor reliability. What ethical AI procurement adds is another dimension on how is this system built, on whose terms, and what are the consequences of such a system. And so there are core principles that one has to look at as you're procuring AI solutions. It's transparency, accountability, fairness, data sovereignty, and human oversight. Because if you followed the debates on AI and the fears that most countries have, particularly our kind of countries, it's really centered around these principles that we're sharing. So when it comes to transparency, and I'll come back to the intellectual property dimension that you ask about, but let me start with a few of the principles we should be catering for. One being, transparency. I think the first thing, whether it's an AI startup or an already established company, we should be able to, when we're procuring AI tools, we should be able to ask the entity or the startup to disclose what data was used to train its models, where the data came from, and whether it was also obtained in an appropriate manner with the right consents in place. What we see is that many early stage AI companies will train on data that they'll scrap off the internet, maybe publicly available data sets, sometimes third-party licensed data. And not all of this data is going to be clean. And so you want to know what kind of data are they using to train these models, and what risks are you going to have to deal with? And so the procurement guidelines should require, that you have a standardized documentation that describes the AI system's intended use, the performance benchmarks, and some of the limitations that it may have. And to a certain extent, are there potential demographic biases that have been detected during testing, and conditions under which a system is likely to fail? Once you're aware of that, I think then you know what you're setting yourselves up for. The second principle is around accountability and governance. I think ethical procurement of AI solutions requires clarity on who is accountable when the AI system causes harm. This is particularly important for high-stake applications. We talked about earlier health diagnostics, credit scoring, criminal justice, social protection, where an AI error is going to have real human consequences. And so the contracts we sign should specify the vendor's obligation when errors are detected post-deployment, including notifications and how we intend to remediate all the liability arrangements that have to be in place. Third principle is on fairness and non-discrimination. I think AI systems encode and amplify historical biases in ways that are neither obvious or even intentional. So we need to make sure that the procurement guidelines we have in place require vendors to demonstrate that their systems have been tested for discriminatory outcomes that are relevant across different demographic groups, gender, age, geographic location, socioeconomic status, name it. And I think in particular for African governments, it's really the scrutiny on whether the systems have been trained predominantly on on Western data and whether they've been adequately adapted and tested to our local solutions so that we get the real results that we're looking for. Because a credit model, a credit scoring model that is trained, let's say, on US or European consumer data, deployed in Rwanda or Zimbabwe without localization is just going to be technically inferior, and it's potentially going to be discriminatory in ways that will just compound existing inequalities that we see across our population. The question you asked touched a lot on intellectual property. I think the other dimension I talk about is data sovereignty and privacy. We've talked about that at length, but the one I want to come back to spend a minute on is the one on intellectual property, a critical dimension that you highlight. Intellectual property is where ethical procurement becomes most technically complex and strategically consequential, particularly when it comes to government to startup relationships. I think the example you highlighted underscored that. And so you're trying to understand who owns custom developments when a government pays to a startup to develop or customize an AI system for a specific use case, whether it's agriculture advisory, a chatbot in Kinyarwanda, tax fraud, whatever it is. I think the fundamental question is always who owns what has been built, and many contracts will default to the vendor retaining intellectual property, including the model, the algorithm, the data sets developed during the engagement. And this is commercially rational for the startup, but strategically problematic, I guess, for some departments. And so my advice would be that the ethical procurement guidelines should establish almost like a tiered IP framework, where you can think about pre-existing intellectual property that will take into consideration the startup's foundational models and their algorithms and their existing training data sets. That should remain with the startup, but any bespoke development funded by the procuring entity or models trained on government data and any data sets created during the engagement should vest in the procuring authority and be held as a shared intellectual property under a defined licensing arrangement. So these are things, they're nuances we need to pay attention to as we go down this pathway. But again, I want to leave you with saying, let's not wait until everything is perfect to start deploying AI solutions. Let's start with what we have and build all of this as we go along, because a lot of these things are better tested along the way, and then you can refine based on what your priorities are as a country. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you very much, Honorable Paula. Thank you. Let's clap hands for that. And the key takeaway was do not let everything be in place, just start. So that is it. And she said AI does not take action. Governments and people take action. And AI is just an amplifier. Thank you very much, Honorable Paula. Please allow me to invite the Honorable Deputy Minister to the podium, as he's going to give his vote of thanks and be able to also give the present for the guest of honor today. Please, Honorable Deputy Minister, please come through. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes. Thank you.
Amachono. Lichona njani? Siyabonga. I am here to perform two tasks as delegated. The first one is to present a gift to our esteemed guest of honor, Honorable Paula Ingabire of Rwanda, the minister whose colleague minister is our dear Minister Mavetero. The other one is to propose a vote of thanks as well as closing remarks. Let me start with the first task. I am privileged to have known Honorable Paula Ingabire as a very true architect of our digital future in Africa. I'm sure the presentations themselves, both the speech as well as how she articulated issues as she took questions from the floor, speak volumes about what I am describing her on. She also is responsible for championing innovation that transforms lives and bridges the digital divide in Africa. A good case study being her country, Rwanda. I have been there more than once, and I speak with confidence in terms of what I know she has championed there. She has also done tremendously well in representing Africa in various platforms and forums. Her leadership in the ICT sector in Africa has transformed challenges to opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, I take pleasure in representing the Ministry of ICT, Postal and Courier Services, as well as all our telecoms and ICT sector players, to hand over a gift to our esteemed guest of honor. Maybe let me describe the gift briefly. Thank you very much, Rejoice. Dynamites do what? This may look small, but it's a very good high-end gadget. I don't know if anyone has started thinking what it could be, but it's a gadget befitting the stature of our esteemed guest of honor. Honorable Paula, we also have a portrait of yourself, a very beautiful portrait, but we want to ride on suspense. This will be seen by yourself when it eventually gets to the land of thousand hills. Thank you, Honorable Paula. Has she accepted the gift?
Yes, I have. Thank you very much and really, really appreciate it.
Murakoza Neza.
Honorable Minister, can you hear me?
Yes, Honorable Minister. Hence, I said Murakoze.
Thank you. Thank you. Much appreciated.
That means thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, when I joined a few delegates at our briefing room earlier, Roich Manikire said to me that because I'm not putting on a necktie today, he is beginning to believe that government is very serious. I don't know what it means about the culture of putting on ties, but let me ride on the same and ask for a waiver in going through salutations, all protocols observed. As we draw this important conference to a close, allow me to begin by expressing our deepest appreciation to all those who made today a success. Firstly, I extend sincere gratitude to our esteemed guest of honor, Honorable Paula Ingabire, for honoring us with her presence and for sharing valuable insights drawn from Rwanda's remarkable digital transformation journey. Your participation, Honorable Minister, has enriched this conference immensely and further strengthened the enduring bonds of cooperation between Zimbabwe and Rwanda. I also wish to thank our Honorable Minister of ICT, Postal and Courier Services, Honorable Tatenda Anastasia Mavetera, for her visionary leadership and for setting the tone for today's deliberations with a bold and inspiring call to action on Zimbabwe's digital future. My profound appreciation also goes to every panelist and moderator and speaker who generously shared their expertise, practical experiences, and strategic perspectives. Your contributions have ensured that this conference was not merely ceremonial, but meaningful and solution-driven. To the organizers, the ministry, secretariat, and all support staff who worked tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure that every session was seamless, substantive, and well coordinated. We thank you. Excellence is often most visible when it appears effortless, and today's success reflects your hard work. To our partners, our sponsors, and development agencies, private sector stakeholders, your support continues to demonstrate that digital transformation is not the responsibility of governments alone, but a shared national mission. And to every delegate who remained engaged from the opening session to this very moment, thank you. Your presence, your participation, your ideas are investments in Zimbabwe's future. Ladies and gentlemen, today's discussions have been rich, very rich, honest, and at times appropriately challenging because meaningful progress is never born of comfort alone. Most importantly, we have heard one consistent message across every sector. That is, government and industry must move faster and move together. I take particular note of the commitments made during this conference, especially around spectrum reform, rural connectivity expansion, affordable data access, local AI development, digital skills training, and child online protection. These are not simple recommendations to be archived. They are obligations, they are responsibilities, they are measurable standards by which our collective seriousness will be judged. As the government, we accept that responsibility. The ministry will ensure that the outcomes of this conference are formally documented, tracked, and integrated into our post-ZITF 2026 implementation program. Our goal is not to produce another conference report for the shelf, but to deliver practical, visible, and measurable progress. When we return for the fourth Digital Economy Conference in 2027, we must come back with evidence, not excuses. Evidence of stronger connectivity, evidence of safer digital spaces, evidence of empowered young innovators, evidence of homegrown AI solutions solving Zimbabwe's problems. Evidence that Vision 2030 is not a slogan, but a lived national reality. As Deputy Minister, I remain convinced that Zimbabwe has both the talent and the determination to lead in the digital economy. What is required now is discipline, execution, stronger partnerships, and unwavering urgency. The future will not wait for us. We must build it now. On behalf of the Honorable Minister of ICT, Postal and Courier Services, the ministry staff, as well as the entire telecoms and ICT sector, I would like to thank you all and hereby declare that our third Digital Economy Conference 2026 is officially closed. But this is to satisfy the need to let our guest of honor get engaged with other responsibilities, because she has been online for a long time now. Honorable Minister, we are concluding the conference by way of one more panel discussion as well as a presentation by the Director General of our regulator, and that will mark the end of this conference. As I thank our esteemed guests of honor, and as I thank everyone, let me in special ways thank also Honorable Minister Mangaliso Ndlovu of Industry and Commerce, who is represented here by my colleague, Deputy Minister Raj Modi, who made a presentation earlier, our very supportive Portfolio Committee on ICT, led by Honorable V. Moyo, and our hardworking colleague parliamentarians who are always supporting the sector, Honorable Mapiki and Honorable Bajila, who are here with us. Go well, ladies and gentlemen. Go and work hard. Go and innovate boldly. And let us meet again, not just next year, but you were told about something to come tonight that should make us further our engagements as we network. As we meet next year, let it be proof that Zimbabwe's digital economy is not merely growing but leading. I thank you. Register. Yes, I can see a sea of very high-level faces, but I would have loved to have something well-structured so that I don't leave anyone behind. This edition has been bigger than the ones that we've had before, and indeed, the conference is growing from strength to strength. I don't know if anything had been prepared so that we can go through our register. Oh yes, maybe to mention that we have a very new and vibrant board of our regulator, Potras. It is ably led by, in His Excellency's words, a young man. You know, when he met him for the first time, he says, "This young man," but he tells me that he's. I almost published his age. It's privacy. But this is Professor Sam Takavarasha, who is the chairman of the board. Ngicela libachayele izandla. Of course, nxa ngikhangele lapha ngibona abe computer society, ngibona ama mobile network computer society bakhona lapha ngithi. Yeah, nampana lapana. Yes, yes. I see also ama mobile network operators ethu. Can Potras board members please show by raising up? Yeah, Ibolaba. Our acting permanent secretary also doubles as a board member there. Our mobile network operators here. Ngibone uRoy, ngabona uRaphael, CEOs from our Econet and Net1. Silabo lapha, we also have the designated postal operator, of course, Zimpost, represented by Ubaba Uchitendeni. I almost said a title that was not going to sound professional. Zanet is also here. The obedient civil servant soldier, Vamsungo Varipano. I also have seen, of course, our procurement is ably represented. Thank you for that question, sir. It really, I'm sure you realized that the minister took her time to satisfy that question because it was as important as was responded to. Yes, students and of course parliamentarians and ministers that have been mentioned before. Ngicela lingixolele bakithi, I'm very excited ukubona likhonapha. I may not have captured everything in terms of who are here. Because of age, my eyes are also getting drab. I can't see further. Thank you very much. What are the colors for the cocktail?
Red for Manu. Can you clap our hands for the Honorable Deputy Minister, please? Thank you so much, Honorable Deputy Minister. Siyalibonga baba. Just an update on our program. You will notice that we still have one panel discussion and one presentation from the DG. However, because we've kept you here for long, we are breaking at this point for lunch, and then we'll come back for the panel discussion and the presentation, and then we end. Please don't run away. If you don't come back, there is no ticket for you for the cocktail. At that note, and so that I don't stand between you and your lunch, allow me to request the Honorable Minister and the team that joined her for briefing to leave whilst we all remain seated. Honorable Minister. I'm requesting that together with the team that joined you for briefing, that you can also, at this point, leave the room. Leave for lunch, yeah. Let's all remain seated while it's
Ladies and gentlemen, please give our Director of Ceremonies an incredible round of applause and a big wow as well, ladies and gentlemen. In his office, in his dual office, he also has to join the delegation for lunch. Kindly remain seated. It is only the delegates on the white tabletops that are making their way, unless otherwise invited. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please remain seated. I'm curious to know how many of you have been to Rwanda? If anybody's been to Rwanda here, just raise your hand. I see one hand, I see two hands, three hands. So you'll confirm when I tell you that Rwanda is a extremely progressive country. I've been there a couple of times, and it's wonderful to see young ministers in place that are driving that country forward. Right, so time, ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about time, which is also a currency. Let us aim for 40 minutes for this break. 40 minutes for this break. There are 2 serving points. When you get outside, please ask the ushers to guide you. There's a serving point on the 6th floor. Sir, if you are feeling fit and strong, please use the stairs. But there are you, sir, with the glasses, yes. I can see you're not doubting yourself. But there are 2 elevators that we can use. If you'd like to use the serving point, which is most likely going to be less congested on the 6th floor, you can use any one of the 2 elevators. But there is also another serving point on the lower level. Please ask for directions when you exit. Is that okay with you? If it's okay with you, it's okay with me. So 40 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, which means we will be back here at 25 minutes past 2. I will not slow down. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your time. We'll be back. I'll ask our sound engineers to play some music in the background as we break for lunch. Thank you so much.